entertain a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjournment of the committee of the whole, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, we are adjourned.
Yep. Came from Greece.
Have we set a suitably high bar for props?
So what are
It's impressive.
the code here?
Oh, like how do you pass it around? It's not going too well, but it's just kind of like, yeah, that's too funny.
It's written on the packet. Okay, this is gonna be my one sheet on my keto diet today. Yep, no, I've gotta do a chocolate from Greece.
Is that like a healthier Snickers there?
Oh,
Is it like regular or is it like?
oh, it's totally normal. It's just a snack size one. That isn't in it. It's just a weird shaped snack size Snickers.
They have that. You're Snickers. You love Snickers, right?
Well, I get a little hangry if our meetings go too late, so.
I've never seen it before like
And
that.
yeah, I thought I was ordering full-sized ones in a big box.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
box
it's
came and it's very small, and so are the Snickers.
Winter makes us eat. I
Oh.
did so good in January and then I fell off.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking like, no, 2-3 candy bars a day. Like,
Really?
oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I've been.
I'm
And it's
not there.
embarrassing.
I've had my little snacks. I was like Celeste over days. I've been roaming the hallways. Whoever has candy jars. Things.
Yeah,
And I
all about
literally,
it.
I go to grab a handful. I'm sneaking around the building. It's bad.
And soda pop too.
Yes.
I did so good with no soda pop. And then it's just bad.
No.
I try to draw Jennifer into it, but she won't take it. She won't take the candy bars.
I was talking to myself last night. I
Here's
said,
that.
how do I stop this addiction? I was literally talking to myself.
You just put
Yeah, this is
fruit.
bad.
You
It's
put
weird.
fruit in a place where you have to go past it to get to your chocolate.
I should try.
So like my chocolate I keep in my refrigerator at the back of my vegetable crisper, which means I have to go past carrots and apples to get to it.
That's your reminder.
Yeah, it's the check.
I have that little refrigerator in my office now, so I'm putting in healthy like fruits and vegetables in there because my snacks
See
doesn't
that?
have that. Because you get
It'll make it easier.
No love.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
No, it doesn't keep
There you
you
go.
even keeled, really.
And you crash.
Oh yeah, yeah. So then you'll need a nap.
Yeah. So on the board meeting, you're just kind of
Well, I try not to buy that stuff for the house. So then I go around the house really upset at the world about. That's why I don't buy Oreos. Oreos, Doritos. No, that's what I put in my house. Like, yeah, because I eat it all. And then my son, who is skinny as a pole, he doesn't eat anything. He drives me.
How old's your son?
22.
That's right. That's amazing.
I'm gonna be a grandpa and a mommy. Jesus have mercy.
I can't even fathom that.
A grandpa. I'm not ready.
Grandpa.
Yeah, don't say that too loud.
Jennifer, you.
I am, yep.
The time being 5 p.m., I would call to order the regular meeting of March 6th for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to order. If Secretary Ringgold would please take the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Cogill. Absent. Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner Vita. Commissioner Forney,
Here.
Vice President Hassan,
Here.
President Bourne.
Present. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda. With the following, just notes. There has been, there's been a staff request to pull item 2019-132 from the consent and have a very, very brief presentation. There was an error on the Recreation Committee agenda, 2019-125. We actually passed that at our last meeting. And the addition of 2019-136 coming up from the Planning Committee to the full board. Would entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda with those changes.
Could I ask a clarifying question, please?
2019-136. The,
Which item are we?
Now let's slow
I
down.
don't. President Bourne, could you step us through the changes
Yes.
to the, 'cause
Yep.
we couldn't find it quickly
Yep.
enough.
So there's
Thank
been a
you.
request from staff to just have a discussion on consent for 2019-132, so that's no change, but just we will be pulling that for a brief discussion.
Where,
I
what
believe that
section is that under? Because I'm not seeing it.
2019-132.
Okay, I'm sorry, page 3. I found it. Thank you.
It's a change order for Painter Park. Remove item 2019-125 from Recreation. That's the resolution that we brought up from the full board, I believe, at our last session. So that's the DNR grants. That is, actually, we had already approved that. And one item from the Planning Committee to the full board this evening, 2019-136, and it's an easement vote. Is there a motion on the floor to?
President Bourne, information, I have it that also 137 requested to be brought to the full
It is
board.
not. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It has been moved. Is there a second?
No idea.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there now any discussion on the agenda? Commissioner Forney,
The lights.
Oh, I'm sorry.
is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the agenda as updated, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the agenda carries. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of January 2nd, 2019. Is there a motion? Is there a discussion to the minutes?
Discussion.
So I need a motion first. Is there a motion? It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the minutes of January 2nd, Commissioner Meyer?
Just a few corrections. It says here, under the election of the president, Commissioner Meyer placed in nomination for Bard, B-A-R-D, Bourne, for board president, and I know that you did study theater and would make a very good Bard, but I feel that it's fair to demand that you perform for us before we give you that title.
I would have accepted the nomination of Bard. Do you have other
But
corrections?
yes, the right name for the committee is the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee, and then Cale Severson should be noted as the alternate for the MWMO.
If there are no objections, we would receive those corrections by consent. Are there any objections to having those corrections be recorded in the record? Seeing none, Secretary Ringgold, if you would make those corrections. Is there any other discussion on the minutes of January 2nd, 2019? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Reports of officers, Superintendent Bangora.
Thank you, President Warren, Commissioners. Welcome, everybody. Quick reports. The first thing I'd like to kind of talk about from the Deputy's Office. Ordinance review project began with Rice, Michaels, and Walters, and a board to discuss items is anticipated for April. Under customer services, customer service call center and reception staff have fielded 3,328 phone calls and have handled 1,876 public inquiry emails since the beginning of the year. And they do a fantastic job, so I'm just incredibly impressed with the numbers that come into our offices every day. The Memorials and Tributes program is working on updating the web and marketing information materials to better meet the needs of the customer. Under the Planning Division, Comp Plan 2020. So the Planning Division is gearing up to launch its own comprehensive planning process in the spring. There'll be more information and formal launch of the process soon, but over the next weeks, there will be a new opportunity in our recreation centers and at HQ for staff in the community to provide input on our park systems, called Park Dream Boxes. So if you see this large thing next to me here, this is this wonderful dream box as an example. The Park Dream Boxes, or suggestion boxes, are the product of the NPRB trades, recreation, and planning staff. Thank you very much for showing this. Instead of collaborating and engaging youth, artistic adults, last week, Culture Club Collaborative, a program of Youth Link, which serves homeless youth, spent a day in our Southside Operations Center with the paint shop, planning, and recreation staff painting these boxes. The boxes themselves were even fabricated by a local craftsman whose mom is retired recreation employee Diane Mintz. Love Diane Mintz. So I'm just incredibly proud of this because it really showed how the park system and our divisions came together to do such a wonderful project with the community, and this is just an example of it. So I'm just extremely proud by how our staff came together and brought the community together. So thank you for showing that and standing up there.
You're welcome.
Youth sports. Youth Wrestling Citywide Meet celebrating the 50th anniversary of NPRB Youth Wrestling will be Saturday, March 16th at South High School. It's incredible to think that this is the 50th anniversary of our wrestling program, so very excited about that. Aquatics, spring swim lessons at Phillips Aquatic Center starting in early March. Spring lifeguard courses are available at Phillips Aquatic Center March 29th through the 31st. And then following that up with ice arenas, adult drop-in soccer will take place at the Northeast Ice Arena on turf beginning Sunday, March 17th. And then some things on recreation centers and programs. The new Northeast Park is starting its first preschool program this week with 6 kids already enrolled, Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays from 12:30 to 3 o'clock p.m., ages 2 to 5. So that's really exciting to hear that we're starting that program. North Service Area Basketball Fundamental Jamboree. This past March 2nd at Farview Recreation Center. We had nearly, pretty much over 500 community members in attendance. 8 teams participated from 6U to 8U, and food was provided to all the attendees. And it was just a wonderful atmosphere where community came out to support our young athletes. What an amazing event with 500 community attendees. It's just fantastic. The new Ninja Warrior program was at Weber Recreation Center. It began on February 26th and goes through March 26th. It's from 5 to 6:30 p.m. and currently 15 youth are enrolled. And if anybody has ever watched Ninja Warrior, it's really kind of a neat program. And so I'm glad we're starting that in our system because I think it's going to be a great opportunity to kind of expand that. So I'm going to get involved in it too. I think I'll try it. So youth development. Teamworks applications will be available this week of March 10th. Hard copies will be available at the Recreation Center's headquarters and also online. On March 10th from 10 to 12 o'clock p.m., Teamwork staff and youth will be attending the advocacy training for teens from, I'm horrible if I preach wrong, Rashad Mosque, and I really hacked on that, I apologize, and the Sierra Club. The goal of the training is to inspire and empower teens to make difference in their own life and the communities through advocacy and environmental protection. And my apologies on getting that name wrong. Forestry crews will soon be clearing snow at Bohemian Flats in preparation for the spring planting. Delivery of 9,000 trees will be planted this spring and could begin later this month. So really excited to see that beginning and getting ready to go. And I believe that is everything that I have to report on, so thank you for the time.
Thank you, Superintendent. Do commissioners have any questions for the superintendent? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. Superintendent Bangora, if we wanted to let the public know about the Teamworks applications, will those be posted to our jobs page, or are they getting posted to the section of the website about Teamworks? Do you know? Or could you find out for us and
I
let
will
us know?
find out for you to make sure that, yes, I will
Okay.
check on that.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, President Bourne. In light of the BET staffing, I'm wondering if we've asked legal counsel about the judge's ruling on the commons and how that viewpoint might impact the BET staffing. Have we asked counsel?
I have not had that conversation with counsel. Commissioner Forney, is there anything I don't know? Yeah.
Could you, Mr. President, Commissioner Forney, would you restate your question?
Being that there's been a ruling by a judge about the commons and the city cannot do park activities or oversight, shall we say, I'm wondering how that might be interpreted, you know, with the possibility of the BET staffing changing.
I think that's a question I'd like to take under advisement and get back to you at a future date.
I'd appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you, Council Rice. That might be a very appropriate question for the Board of Estimate and Taxation's attorney, who is Susan Seagull under the city charter. That might be an appropriate question to ask the Board of Estimate and Taxation's attorney.
And I guess I'd like both opinions.
Are there any other questions of the superintendent? Seeing none, moving on to consent business, I would entertain a motion for resolutions 2019-127 through 2019-133. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there a request to pull 2019-132?
I would like to see item 2019-132 pulled for discussion, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda items 127 through 133? Seeing no discussion on those items, all those in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of 132, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? Deputy Superintendent Ringgold, you had a brief update that you wanted to give staff on 2019-132.
President Bourne, Commissioners, 2019-132 is an item that in the future you would see, and in the past you would have seen, come through committee and then through full board. And the reason being is that we're actually allocating contingency funds that are in the CIP to a specific project. So typically, we would have brought that through a committee and then to the full board. We didn't catch that until today. And it just so happens that if we were to do that, we would need it to go committee and full board in the same night anyway. So we would appreciate your consideration of this action item as a full board this evening.
Is there any further discussion on 2019-132? Commissioner Musich?
Thank you, President Bourne. So Secretary Ringgold, just to clarify, in the future, items like this would come through committee first. Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-132, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Moving on to reports of standing committees, Chair Forney.
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-121, resolution approving memorandum of understanding with Burger Fountain Work Group Committee, Citizens for Loring Park Community, and the Friends of Loring Park for planning activities and fundraising related to Burger Fountain rehabilitation, artistic winter cover, and plaza improvements in Loring Park.
2019-121 has been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-121? Seeing none, I would just add a note of thanks to the Friends of Loring Park for helping get some badly needed funds for the fountain. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Resolution 2019-121, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Moving on to Admin and Finance, Chair Vita.
I would like to move resolution 2019-122, resolution approving a professional service agreement between Superior Consulting Services, LLC, and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board for a total expenditure not to exceed $350,000 for the 5-year contract duration of March 1st, 2019 through February 28th, 2024 to design, build, and support a new condemnation and assessments application.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-122? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-122, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Chair Vital.
I would like to move resolution 2019-123, resolution to adopt the City of Minneapolis Hardship Deferral Program for special assessments.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-123? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Park Police Governance, Operations, and Oversight, Chair Vital.
I would like to move resolution 2019-124, resolution approving State of Minnesota Joint Powers Agreement with the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board on behalf of the Park Police Department.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-124? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Moving on to unfinished business, I would entertain a resolution for item 10.1, modifying adopted resolution 2019-117 to acknowledge a change in amendment number 1 to the exclusive rights agreement with the City of Minneapolis and the development team led by United Properties for collaborative efforts related to the creating and coordinated plan for the Upper Harbor Terminal. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-134? Seeing Commissioner Forney.
Is staff here to be able to just comment on what some of those modifications are?
Assistant Superintendent Schroeder.
We went through them in detail last week.
President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, the change was one word, and Adam and I were just talking about trying to remember what that word was. I think it was changing the word may to shall in the terms related to approval of the plan, of the concept plan.
More my concern is that this doesn't have anything to do with the Upper Harbor specifics that was voted on by the city.
It's a technical change. We talked about the technicality of the change last time. We presented in an error a draft of the document that said the park board may approve, and it is kind of a moot point at this point since the concept plan has been approved.
Thank you for that clarity.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. Is there any further discussion on 134? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries. Moving on to petitions and communications, Commissioner Vital.
Oh, already? No. I guess I could just talk about how great of a time we had at the Polar Plunge on Saturday in freezing water. I'm sure most of you saw the photo of me in the freezing water. It was a good time, though. It's for a great cause. I hope to have Sergeant Dole come in and present in committee about the great work that they do to organize the event. There was thousands of people out there, believe it or not, to jump into frozen water. We had a goal last year. It was set as a tradition. This year we had a goal of at least one new commissioner coming to join us, and Commissioner Cogill joined us and didn't get very wet because he's really tall. And Vice President Hassan informed me that he will be our new commissioner for next year, so we are looking forward to his very first polar plunge. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Vital. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. We'll be discussing the East of the River Master Plan later tonight, but I'm going to have an additional meeting, community meeting on Monday the 18th. This will be 7 to 9 p.m. at the Audubon Rec Center to discuss some of the issues that kind of came up late. In particular, kind of late in the game, a dog park was removed from the recommendation for Audubon Park, and there's been a request for one at Wyndham Park. So it's an open-ended meeting that people can come to talk about any East of the River plans, but in particular, we'll be talking about those. So again, that's Monday the 18th, 7 to 9 p.m. at the Audubon Rec Center, which is 1320 29th Avenue Northeast.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, Commissioner Forney.
Oh, thank you. I'm grateful that our Congress is blocking our president's attempt to take funds for his wall. This is a clear violation of checks and balances in our government. Understanding the parameters of each governmental body is critical for a successful democracy. It's kind of like driving down a freeway. Each car staying in their own lane is a safe thing to do. It's also the lawful thing to do. Along the Midtown Greenway, eastbound bicyclists and westbound ones each have their own lane, pedestrians separated in theirs. Now, it may be unsafe to divert from your lane, but it's not necessarily unlawful. Whereas one can go down an up escalator, it's possible, but not necessarily appropriate. So visualizing the lawful need for being in one's governmental lane and when is an appropriate way to approach the Board of Estimate and Taxation, also known as the BET. Understanding what our roles, the legality, the functions is critical to maintain a democratic governance. First, I want to thank Commissioner Vital for bringing forward tonight on her admin and finance agenda the resolution on the biennial budget. To have clarity of understanding as well as support by each commissioner of this fundamental policy change is honoring each of us on the board. In my review of staffing the question of the BET, I encountered an amazing amount of misinformation and misinterpretation. And in researching the history and origins of the BET, I realized the fundamental basis of this intriguing board. Originally, the BET board consisted of the Hennepin County Chair, the Hennepin County Auditor, the City Comptroller, the School Board President, and the Library Board President, along with Minneapolis Mayor, City Council President, Chair of Ways and Means, and a Park Board appointee, as well as 2 citizen-elected members. With the creation of the city charter, a third of the membership was eliminated. Then with the loss of the school board and the library board representation, we have been left with this mutual place for the 2 remaining entities, the city and the park board, to come together with an addition of the 2 taxpayer perspectives to define their financial policy through setting of the maximum property tax levy, approving capital bonding via long-term borrowing. This is a touch point where these 2 entities coordinate on financial issues, assures the stability, objectivity, and efficiency of each governmental unit, a mandate that is set in the stone via the city charter. The basic costs of the board are for its executive secretary, who collects and analyzes information, estimates the levy impacts, hires a bonding attorney and rating agency, prepares the official bonding statement, tracks the special assessments relating to capital projects, forms and files information for Hennepin County, completes and submits the state property tax levy report, closes out capital projects, oversees the bonding process aligned with general accounting practices to avoid issues that fundamentally affect the budgets, such as liabilities of lawsuits and improper use of pension funds at maybe an additional cost of $40,000. The opportunity for members of the BET to learn the latest general accounting practices annually at the Government Finance Officers Association training is an additional cost of somewhere between $4,000 and $12,000, though the recent elected members have not availed themselves of this training. The most important part of this position has been the independent oversight to see clearly and analytically the financial picture of both the city and the park board. That unique eye on the pots of money made the MPP 20, as well as the 20-year road rehabilitation ordinance, possible through an objective ability to identify those funds. The city benefited from the staff person's resolution of the city's pension and internal services funds. Not only has this independent staff person saved the citizenry money, the direct benefits of being realized throughout our city as our recreation centers receive deeply needed repair. Eliminating an independent staff of the BET would be a failure of our core duty to be separate but also collective via the BET. I'm concerned about recent inflammatory and potentially libelous comments. In our RGR agenda and work plan handout, it states that as recently as last summer, 2 members of the Board of Estimate and Taxation reversed their previous support of MPP 20 and instead voted against our unanimously approved Park Board levy request, which included MPP 20 funding. Whereas these 2 members, in fact, were very forthright in not supporting the levy increase over 5%. With the mayor's last-minute increase budgeting of $250,000 for youth, the overall levy was indeed over 5%. No relation to the MPP funding. With the same logic, one could say that the 6th District Park Commissioner voting multiple times against our annual park budget were votes totally against the whole park system. I'm sure that was not the situation. Additionally, for the same individual to state that the levy was easily passed when a third voted against it is clearly distorted. It is dangerous to make incorrect statements. It is critical to respect and work collaboratively with each member of our outside boards to retain respect and constructive progress in return. So in thinking of the image of staying in one's appropriate lane, I am putting forward numerous action steps in regards to the BET issues. First of all, as I asked tonight, ask our legal counsel to define, can the city take over park board functions by virtue of the city taking over BET functions? This is of extreme relevance due to the current Commons ruling. Does the city have the authority to sell bonds? Was the last bond sale illegal? I'd like to have a full presentation of the BET for this board, particularly regarding its functions and role regarding our independent park funding. I'd like to have create a more up-to-date job description for the BET staff person. One does exist, but is dated. Determine if that position warrants being full-time or reduced to part-time. And related to our legal counsel's opinion, can any aspect of the staffing be delegated to the city? Based upon that job description, fill an independent staff position supervised by the BET as it presently is and is suggested in the presentation to the BET on February 13th, that being option number 2. To determine the park board role on the BET, is our voice being reduced? Are our taxation needs being met? To develop a policy relating to adding a 7th member to the BET, and to take action on this policy, perhaps even through a ballot initiative. Additionally, ask our MPRB finance director in conjunction with the city's finance staff to do an analysis of when tax increment finance districts are decertified. Are these monies being diverted that would otherwise come to the park board if that value was not in a TIF district? I'm entering copies of this petition for the record with our secretary and ask our BET appointee to forward the action items. Lastly, on a up note, I'd like to remind people that the Parks Foundation is having their
Commissioner Forney, the time is now 5:30 and it is, we have a time certain open time. I would open up our public comment period. Secretary Ringgold, if you could please get the list of signed up speakers. I will like to let everybody know a little bit about how our open time works and welcome everybody for coming out. So at every meeting of the park board at about 5:30 in the evening, we take public testimony from members of the public on virtually any topic. It's our opportunity to listen to you and hear what issues are on your mind, and start getting those in the pipeline of board action. So there are a couple of guidelines that we like to ask people to follow. One is we have 15 minutes allotted for open time. And we just like to ask that everybody be respectful of everybody else's time and the amount of time that we have allotted towards speakers, because our evenings can very quickly go long when people are over that time limit. So please be thoughtful. We have 15 minutes allotted for open time. We have 9 speakers here to speak this evening, so I will allocate 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds to each speaker. So please be thoughtful of that time. Just a couple of guidelines. The park board, there are 2 topics that we do not hear during public comment. Those are pending litigation and personnel matters. If you'd like to make sure that those get the attention of the board, the best way to bring those up are to bring those forward directly to commissioners or executive staff. All of our contact information is on our website, minneapolisparks.org. The park board does not tolerate discriminatory or harassing comments towards anyone, so we ask you to be thoughtful of that when you're making your comments. Then we also just ask you to be thoughtful of other people in the room. So like if folks have signs or anything like that, just be aware that there may be people sitting behind you and you may be obstructing their view. So if you have anything on signage or display, that we just ask you to be around the perimeter of the room. So that said, our first speaker is Vice President Scott Vreeland. Mr. Vreeland, if you would approach the microphone and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Scott Vreeland. I live at 2437 33rd Avenue South. I'd like this board to be successful. I'm encouraged that you've hired a wonderful new superintendent, but I watched the last board meeting and I was troubled by the behavior of the board president. What I saw was abuse of power, abuse of process, and abuse of women on this board. There is nothing in parliamentary rules that rules someone out of order if you don't agree with them. The whole conversation about the BET is quite specious, with the president stating that he did not necessarily have to support the interests of the park board at the BET because he swore to a higher power. The independence of both the BET would be his duty of loyalty to that organization, duty of care to that organization. So I think his argument is specious, and his saying that he gets the last word in all conversations, I don't think is in Robert's Rules of Order. I am troubled by how he talked about commissioners by name, accusing them of criminal activity for a vote at the St. Anthony Falls Heritage Board. It's a very informal board. That vote can be corrected easily. They do not require in-person voting. I think the board needs better conduct from its president. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Vice President Vreeland. Our next speaker, I'm going to ask Vice President Hassan to help me with the pronunciation of some names. Is it?
It's I just call him?
Yeah.
Fatima Abdullahi. Fatima Abdullahi. Safi Said. magacaada iyo meesha degantahay sheeg.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أنا حاليا صافي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وحنا هي صافي سعيد وحنا هي نورة إيست Minneapolis.
Okay, she said her name is Safi Saeed and she lives in Northeast Minneapolis.
And waxaa Salaam Cultural Center ii dhigtaa caruur yaryar marka waxaan ka warwaraa markaan keenayo inuu gaadhigu iga dilo.
You know, she said I have young kids that attend Salam Cultural Center. You know, and she is worried about, you know, her kids getting hit by a car constantly.
meel aan ku parking garaysta ma helo library oo kale laygama caawiyo waxaan ilmaha keenaa meesha marka ilmaha student-ka naga caawiyo homework-yada ilmaha noogaga caawiya.
You know, she says she brings her kids there for after school programs. You know, they have programs like at the libraries where they help kids with homeworks, and especially for her, you know, they have translators for her so she can sit beside her kids and you know, watch her kids get the help she needs, and she is afraid of, you know, the parking situation.
And ilmaha anaga iyo afarta geed ee meesha ku beeran midka important u sheeg.
She said there are 4 trees planted in the space that we're trying to do a trade with at the, you know, board. here, and so she's saying which one is more important.
anagu dad immigrant aan nahay inaad na caawisaan weeyaan.
She says, you know, she is a part of the, you know, largely immigrant community that comes to Salam Cultural Center, and she's looking to get some support from this board here today.
wax naga caawinayaa ma jirto oo ilmaha homogyada nooga caawiyaa dan ilmaha inagu cabsi bay ka qaadeen dariiquna waa mid biisi ah.
She says at this center is very important to her and others because they get help here that is unlike to other places, and you know, she's just again pleading that the board helps.
aniga 6 caruur ay dhigtay marka si aan uga dhaadhiciyo gaariga ma karade.
She says she has 6 kids that go there, and she doesn't know how to, you know, escort them all out safely and into the, you know, center without constantly getting worried.
anu markaan drive-ka ka baxayo iyagana inaan qabtay noqonaysaa oo bixiyo.
Yeah, and her last statement was that, you know, when she comes to the center, she always has to escort her kids singly out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to refer you to, normally Assistant Superintendent Cox would be here, but Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, I think, might be the only member of the executive staff in the audience. If you could just wave your hand and help her connect with the appropriate staff.
Okay, thank you.
You are Qofas Fatima or Safi?
That was Safi.
Fatima Abdullahi.
Fatima Abdullah is coming, yeah.
Zamzam.
Hi, my name is Samson Dawley. I live in 1808 University Avenue Northeast. I've been a student at Salam Cultural Center since 2016. Every weekend, my mom drops us off at the curb for our lessons or for our classes. Most mornings, the street is lined up with cars and we cannot find a parking. My mom worries about the safety of my siblings and me when I walk outside the center. I'll walk into a busy street. I fear that one day the little kids will go outside and run into traffic. Central Avenue is a very busy street, and I wish we had our own parking lot so I would not have to worry about all those things. We want to ask the board to support us in finding a solution that works for everyone.
Thank you for your comments. And again, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder would be the person on staff.
Hamamin Nawi. هذا جميع أي هذا أنتوا استك أمين هذا جميع أمين أي أوكي هذا أنت أي أوكي مساعدك ما وصعتها
مساجك تنفوق يا كنت كذا
أي أنت استك ألو مقلها أي ما أنت محاول متن
أنا ما أنت محاول ما مساجك تنفوق كذا أدير مش باكين ملا.
I came here to support the mosque and Central, that there is a lack of parking. محاكمته.
محاكمته هو أنا أدير يا كانن أدير يا شيخ أحمد وأتقنا أدير أحمد.
Yes. I always go to the mosque with my uncle and Ahmed, who's sitting here, and we struggle the parking there. And he said he needs help, and he's one of the disabled people that go to the mosque there. And I know him personally from the community, and he's here basically to support the same reason, the same reason why they're here. I was for the secretary. He said thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we're on to Sandy Hall.
Sandy Hall.
Sandy, and if you would state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board. Welcome.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Sandra Hull. I live on 1143 Cedarview Drive, Minneapolis. But I'm here tonight to represent the League of Women Voters of Minneapolis. I'm currently their president. And the League of Women Voters has reactivated our Parks Committee 5 years ago to study the new ways of funding the parks through the Parkland Dedication Ordinance and expanding the public-private partnerships. We recognize the need for greater funding for our parks and support the 20-year neighborhood park plan. We congratulate you on the success of that historic agreement, and we're watching it as it's being implemented. This year, our committee has decided to focus on observing the Park and Recreation Board meetings to monitor whether and how the board operates in context with our long-held positions about process. We believe in transparency in decision-making, responsiveness to community concerns, and a robust community engagement. We strongly support the use of sound administrative and planning procedures, including the appropriate background material for policy setting. We expect the new partnership agreements to protect the public interest. Finally, we understand that the adequate financing for the Park Board's mission is critical to long-term viability. And we'd like to welcome Superintendent Bangora, and we look forward to meeting you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is President Liz Walensky. President Walensky, if you would come forward and state your name and if you're comfortable, your address for the record, and you have 90 seconds to address the board, and welcome.
Commissioner Bourne, commissioners, brand new Superintendent Bangora, welcome back. Other folks on the dais. I'm here tonight to talk about the parking lot for the Salam Cultural Center. That building has been in Northeast since it was the Faldine Legion Club, or whatever the heck those are back in the day, American Legion. All I know is it's never had parking, and everybody's managed on Central Avenue to park. The last 3 tenants included a Christian church, a Hispanic Christian church, which was also a minority group, and now this Muslim Cultural Center. We have always had the policy at the park board that we do not sell parkland. I have turned down many requests when I served on the board, including parkland next to Nokomis, parkland at Shingle Creek, parkland this particular spot 3 times. And this group, once, they waited until you got a new commissioner and decided to try again. This is not what you do. If you're going to sell parkland or lease parkland, you need 6 votes. It needs to go before a district court judge. If I'm incorrect, please nod. Am I incorrect on that?
You're correct.
I thought so. And so for the record, it's going to have to go before a district court judge, and I will be there arguing that you are being arbitrary and capricious. If you couldn't sell it to the Hispanics and you couldn't sell it to the Christians, you certainly can't sell it now. And as far as I've heard, once you have an election certificate, does not mean you have carte blanche to do whatever you want. Thank you.
Thank you, President Walensky. Vice President Hassan, would you like to check and see if anybody that signed up is here now?
Is Fatima Abdullah stay? Fatima Abdullah. Hana Muhammad.
Okay. Good evening, Park Board members. My name is Hannah Mohammed. I live in Northeast Minneapolis, and I'm here today to talk about Salam Cultural Center. You know, I'm a student volunteer there, and you know, we have brought all these community members today that come here to support us. And again, we just wanted to reiterate, we want to, you know, ask the Park Board to consider, you know, doing any trade with us or anything, because as you can see, the kids that we bring to the Park Board, to the center need help. We do plenty of programs there. I am a student volunteer myself. I lead programs like homework help with kids, and parents are there, and we have translators, Somali translators that you know, help kids and parents basically try to understand what the concepts are, the assignments are, and you know, I think that this board should at least consider giving us some, you know, answers and whether they would like to do a trade with us. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. That is our final speaker that we have signed up for open time. I'm closing open time and going back to Commissioner Forney to briefly conclude her her petitions and communications.
As I was indicating, on March 21st, the Parks Foundation is having their next generation talk, and it's at the Walker Arts Center at 7 p.m. That's the 21st, and it's about the High Line, and Robert Hammond will be the speaker, and it's free. Please come.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Bourne. Super excited. Winter sports is winding down. Basketball, wrestling, and hockey season was great. Hope people are checking out the end of the seasons, but more, I'm looking forward to track, baseball, and softball season. Want to encourage folks to get out and sign up at your recreation centers. One thing that I always recommend is grab one of your neighbors or your neighbor's kids and bring them down and try to get them registered. The other thing that I want to talk about is two sports that kind of get left out during the springtime that appear to be growing, and that one is badminton. I would love to see us trying to push badminton in our parks. They are an official state high school league sport. Our Minneapolis public high schools do have badminton, and they appear to grow, and they have a diverse background. The other one is somehow trying to revive golf and getting our kids playing golf again on our wonderful courses. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. Commissioner Severson stole my thunder. I was going to talk about registration, but I can add one more place that you can register, and that's on our website. Just click on register, and that'll take you to a listing of all of our programming. You can search by location. If it turns out that the location that you're interested in does not have a program, you can always find one nearby. The polar plunge was super fun, and I totally nailed my jump that I have been working on all summer at the Nokomis floating dock. So that was a personal victory that I'm so pleased that I was able to share with the world on the internet, probably forever. Yeah, anyway, it was great fun. I would love to see more people join us next year. Perhaps we can convince the organization to take it on as a team effort so that we can have other people joining us on our jump into the beautiful and refreshing waters of Breimakaska. I also want to remind people that we are having the draft concept unveiling for the Hiawatha Golf Course Property Master Plan. That's happening tomorrow evening at Powderhorn Park from 6 to 8. And I did pull up the address. It's 3400 15th Avenue South in Minneapolis, of course. And it is a CAC meeting, but there's always an opportunity for public comment. And we're really looking forward to hearing from people about what they think of these draft concepts. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Vice President Hassan.
Thank you, President Bourne. For the second year, I attended the members of Metro Parks delegation this on Monday with my colleagues, Commissioner McFoney and Commissioner Vita, as well as our phenomenal superintendent, Al Bangor, and Council Brand Rice. And it looks like the legislature passed $100,000+ billion for bondings. That 10 of the millions will go to the park board, Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. Good job, Mr. Bryan. And everyone that worked hard for that. And I also want to talk about a little bit about the park that the mosque is dealing with. And first of all, I think some of us know that this park board is a newly elected and progressive and new face, and we should always be talking about inclusion and how we can include people. And I disagree with all the Islamophobia that's happening right now. And I think former President Liz Walensky, yeah, I mean, sorry, I think she said this Muslim, and I think it's a time for her to apologize again. And right when she was serving this park board, she had trouble with us, and that's why we elected new commissioners that are here. If people are tired of the change that we bring to the park board, it's time to continue the fight, and I'm willing to do the right work. And I'll tell you, my fellow commissioners, we all represent these kids. When I say this kids, all kids in Minneapolis. And every kid deserves to a place where they can get access to education so they can be better. And I came here in this country as an immigrant. I went through the struggle that these kids are going through. And I took it personal. Maybe some kids are some people are privileged and they went to the best schools. They were able to get help with their parents that went to school here. But I didn't. I struggled. I worked hard to get here. I worked hard to stay here. And it just didn't come overnight. I was one of those kids that was sitting in the back and advocating and for the right thing, and I will continue. Whether this thing, you know, whatever they call it, whether they call me this Muslim or this community they call this Muslim, I will fight for them. I'm part of that community. And you know what's happened around the country. And this issue has been growing, and it's getting nastier. And it's time for us to unite as a community. It's time for us to work together as a one Minneapolis, as a one community. And as Park Board, I represent, as Vice President of Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, I represent all kids. I represent everyone that lives in the city of Minneapolis. Of course, some commissioners failed to do their job 4 years ago, and they continue to distract people who want to do their job, but that wouldn't stop me. That's not going to stop me, and that's not going to stop organizing and people doing the right thing. Of course, this is personal. I went to the mosque numerous times. Of course, some of the large commissioners haven't had the chance to go and see how that feels. And just this Saturday, Superintendent Al was there. And I'll ask you a question, Superintendent. When you went there, what was your experience, please?
Wait.
Sorry, yeah. Commissioner Hassan, President Board Commissioner Hassan, it was a great experience. I had a really nice time, walked through the mosque, and we talked and had a chance to talk to the youth, some that were here today, and it was a good experience.
How was the parking? I want to know from you.
Well, honestly, I mean, you know, I did have to, I did circle on Central. I had to come back, and I found a spot that was about a half a block down, and it was difficult to park in there. You know, the way the snowbanks that were out there, it was hard to not only back my car back up into that particular spot, but then when I opened my door, it was kind of dangerous because it was in traffic. Yeah, it was not an easy place to park.
Thank you. I think that testament is enough, and I think some of the commissioners should also go and see their own eyes. I mean, some people are ignorant, and no kid should be facing what these kids are facing. This could be, you know, I have siblings that go to school, they struggle. They work hard for this, and to meet the American dream that we all want to fit in. But I'm very sad that these people don't see these kids and what they're going through. Of course, it's personal for me. It's personal for everyone that goes there. I mean, if you're against, it's not about this Muslim. It's about these kids that matter. It's about those kids that will one day sit here and represent the city. And under my watch, I'm not going to wait one kid to die on Central Avenue and St. Anthony Park. If you want to wait, you guys can go ahead and wait. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan. Just a couple of things. I'll try to be pretty brief. Our petitions and communications went a little long this week. I just want to really extend my gratitude to Superintendent Bangora for the last 2 weeks since we met last. He's been running around like a fiend at meeting after meeting after meeting. And really hitting the ground running, especially with the issues with the Commons. I think in the last several days, the superintendent and I met with the Vikings, with the Minnesota Sports Facilities Association, the mayor, the council president, multiple council members, and Green Minneapolis just a few minutes ago. And I'm just amazed at how, on an incredibly complicated issue, just how not missing a beat the superintendent has been. So I just want to extend my gratitude there, and to the executive staff that I'm sure helped get you up to speed very quickly too. So I want to thank everybody that helped make some productive meetings in the last couple of weeks. Just on the issue of the BET and our parks funding agreement, I just wanted to report back, and just as a reminder, as everybody knows, in 2016 we had a very broad coalition of park supporters across the city that helped us pass a historic park funding agreement that brought millions of dollars in badly needed deferred maintenance projects across the city and across our parks. It was one of the first issues that I was aware of that the Board of Estimate, the mayor, the city council, and the park board all supported unanimously. There was a lot of different paths to get there, but at the end of the day, we all got to the right decision. And so I want to thank everybody that was helped pass that historic agreement. But passing that agreement was, while it was a major accomplishment, it was only the first step in that 20 years of securing that funding year after year after year. And there is a process that we have to go through year after year after year, and there were promises made by the architects of that agreement year after year after year. One of the biggest steps that we do is we have to get funding approved for that, for the parks and funding agreement, the Parks and Roads agreement through the Board of Estimate and Taxation. And I'm excited to report back that at our February 13th meeting, we received our bonding funds for a large chunk of our 2018 and 2019 capital dollars. That was a 5-to-1 vote at the Board of Estimate and Taxation. I just really want to thank the members of the Board of Estimate and Taxation that kept their promises to the Minneapolis parks. So a special thank you to BET President David Wheeler, Mayor Fry, Council President Bender, Council Member Warsami, that joined me in voting for this agreement and keeping our promises to fund our parks. So we will have votes like this every single year. We will have multiple votes like this every single year. And I just want to thank folks for keeping their promises to the Minneapolis parks. With that, I will not recess the full board because we have our youth sports awards at 6 o'clock. So if Mr. Humphrey, are you leading the awards this year? Or, oh, I'm sorry, Mimi, I didn't see you back there. Mimi, if maybe you could come up and give us an introduction, and by the time you're done with the introduction, it will be time to start the awards.
Bringing the loot in. They really have their quiet voices on. It was loud downstairs. President Bourne and Commissioners, thank you for your time tonight for us to acknowledge some very special kids and coaches and parents. We're going to kind of let everybody get filed in here for a second and send us a list.
I've asked about this twice. So I'm hoping that
these are typically based on nominations.
We'll be doing our fall sportsmanship awards. So the sports are football, flag football, soccer, and youth girls volleyball. Everybody in? Not yet? Sorry. Feel free to grab any open chairs or come around to the back more if you want to have a good view.
Come on my side, please. That one team, please. Nope.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start the presentation
I'd like to begin by asking any of the recreation center staff who are here to either stand or wave if you're already standing, please. Travis.
There you go.
I just want to point you out because without your dedication and help with recruiting kids and getting kids onto your sports teams, we can't do our job. So it's a beautiful team effort between my team and the Recreation Center staff, and I want to acknowledge you for all your hard work. I'd also like my staff to not hide over there and come a little forward because I'm going to introduce you. First is Bridget Lindeman, and she is youth football and girls volleyball league director. Amy Bassett is the league director for flag football and other things, but tonight that's her capacity. Kent Breivik is one of our youth football league directors. Ahmed Abdiwahid is our youth soccer league director. And Tim Great on the end is our manager over athletics. So they take care of the heavy lifting on my end. And yes, thank you, Superintendent. Some logistics just for parents that are new to this and board members that may or may not be new to this. Each team that gets awarded our sportsmanship award, the coach receives a plaque that will have a photo in it that we take at the end of tonight with you. There is a traveling trophy. These traveling trophies have been through thick or thin. We've had to replace arms and legs and things. They stay at the park for a whole year until we do it again. We have Shar Davis, our staff, who is amazing with black or brown markers and gold pens, and she updates them every season. They look pretty good tonight. And then there's also a plaque that goes to the park that will stay up perpetually with the photo of the team that gets awarded. Also, each team receives a $50 gift card to Broadway Pizza. And so after our presentation tonight, they get to go over there and enjoy a team pizza dinner. And we want to thank Broadway Pizza for their support with that. I want to go over the award criteria for the team. It's a positive attitude, commitment, dedication, overcoming adversity, and persistence. For the coach is a positive role model, loyal to the program, has a strong work ethic, emphasizes teamwork, has passion for what they're doing, and engages the players and parents to have fun. We're going to call each coach up to receive the awards, and then at the end, we'll have photos with the kids and the coaches and the park directors and the board together. So our first team is the youth tackle football sportsmanship winner. In youth tackle football this year, we had 24 teams. We had 88 coaches that dedicated over 6,000 hours of service to us, and 720 participants. And we are happy to award this to a longtime coach in our system, Coach William Bell with the Powderhorn Eagles. Next, a new program that we are in the midst of beginning and doing, and we're pleased to have 17 teams in our flag football program that we do with the NFL and the Minnesota Vikings and USA Football. We had 32 coaches who donated over 2,000 hours, 153 participants, And our coach is ill tonight, Greg Washington, but accepting on his behalf for the Martin Luther King Mustangs is Martin Luther King Park Director Peter Yeager. Youth volleyball had 53 teams, 94 coaches who donated over 6,500 hours, and 636 participants. This year's recipient is Lisa Minima from the 13U Girls Falwell Lions team. The girls' youth soccer had 39 teams, 74 coaches who donated over 5,000 hours, 468 participants.
That's awesome.
This year's recipient is Coach Phil Schwartzberg with the 13U Kenwood Lakers team. The Open Youth Soccer Program had 76 teams, 148 coaches who donated over 10,000 hours of their time to us, and 882 participants. This year's recipient is the 13U Open Northeast Young and Coach Kate Young. We want to thank the board and our superintendent for their continued support of our athletics, as well as the park staff and all of the parents and coaches for your dedication. That concludes our presentation. We'll do the photos now, unless there's any questions or comments.
Are there any questions and comments, or do we want to go into the photos? I think just a huge thanks to all of our coaches and all of our participants. Thank you. Yeah.
You guys can kind of just do one line, maybe two.
One line?
Make sure I can see your face.
Oh, okay. We won't see.
Profile.
Congratulations.
Yeah, well done.
Job well done.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, you guys.
Now we need to play high school football.
You guys want to get in front of all these?
Keep playing.
Guys, you guys want to be in front of this?
Yep. Move around. We promise we don't around. Move around.
Show them ways. Show them ways.
One step that way.
There you go.
I need to propose this one. Everyone look in here and smile. Yeah, this looks great. All right, you guys are just going to look right here, keep smiling. Then you can look at your parents. All right, we're here. Two more. And last one, do two more.
Okay, stay there, stay there. If you want to around or do right here, wherever you want to.
Guys, look over here.
Liz will have a copy too, if your copy doesn't turn out.
You can tell who their favorite players are.
Thank you.
Congratulations, you guys.
Flag. Flag football.
Oh, you're more. Okay, how you doing? I was also underneath that.
Practice smile.
Pretty sweet outfit.
Congratulations.
How many of you guys want to look right here? You guys want to like down by your stomach? Yeah. You can come. Just crouch down. There we go. Yeah. Actually, I'll bring it.
You're a stand-in, so it doesn't matter. Okay, like, just go with it.
Perfect. All right, smiles here, everybody. Big smiles, 3, 2, 1. A couple more. And last one. Anyone else want to get over? Sure.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Guys.
Awesome job. Oh, one more picture. All right.
Good job, you guys. Thanks.
Great job.
They're in their own None of them are
Volleyball, come on up. Come on, ladies.
Yay!
You guys are gonna like center
The
up
young
right.
ladies are here.
Wow.
I like it. Woohoo!
Nice job, girls.
Good work.
Come on, child.
Start looking at this camera and then we can look over at this one.
First, and then you guys keep going there. Avoid that.
Last one. All right, and now look over here.
Great job.
Oh, we got a dancer.
Kenwood, we're ready for you.
Here they go. Hey! All right, ladies. Good job.
Let's get some smiles.
Right here, everybody. Yep. All right. And now
Good job, guys.
Got it? Makes sense.
I think we got one more, guys.
There's one more.
I thought that was it, but I'll check. Do we have another group? Hey, ladies, can I get you
They called and signed up, I think, and then they were on there.
Oh.
Northeast. Yeah. Let's do it.
We're on the same side. Hi. Hey.
All right, I need eyes and smiles right at this camera. All right, right here, everybody. 3, 2, 1. Last one right here. Now let these please.
I'm trying. I'm misbehaving.
Oh no, I just like to look a certain way in my phone.
Good job, guys.
Congratulations. Thank you, Mimi.
Murphy, don't you work.
Okay.
Maybe. Jennifer, I am now recessing the board, and I would encourage, Meg, I think you might, Chris, do you need a minute now?
No, I
You win.
Okay. You might want to wait like 2 minutes until you because we don't hang out.
Do we need to adjourn our other meeting?
We're recessing because we're coming, there's things coming back.
Right, okay. That was the piece we missed.
What?
Something's coming up forward from another agenda.
And I kept looking like I can't be missing it here.
Yeah, because it wasn't on that. It's a different one.
So you want me to go straight in, or are you going to announce anything? You're not going to recess the full board?
I just did. So
Do you want to ask people to take their conversations into the hallway, maybe?
we'll just reconvene in like 5-10 minutes and we'll be there. Yeah, so we are recessed. I would encourage the chair of planning to call her meeting to order in 10 minutes. Then
10.
we'll still have we'll still have the time certain, and then people can talk to parents and stuff on that if they want.
Unrealistic. All right, I guess we'll leave that.
All right. Oh, good. We got a little.
Ryan.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Recess.
Brian, you like kind of chipper today.
Huh?
You have
Well,
like
we're
smirks
going
on your
all, we're
face.
going all right with the session. I think I'll nominate you guys for sportsmanship.
Yeah, right.
I want to get those rules from Al about our North County. Just put this one forward, so we'll check it out up there. No, actually, the session's going pretty good. Are you coming to the beach park tomorrow, or is that? I mean, it's a Wednesday.
Is that the house?
You know, they had it's at the center. I mean, you don't have to. It's 4:30. I mean, I don't think so. Had a good run over there. Dr. Bonnie, I mean, we had
You know what? I don't you make me on. I'm gonna say Thank you very much.
I did like it. It's the first chocolate I've had in several days.
It's good, right? I was on a different way long. I got a couple bags. No, you said before the different day. You want a chocolate? They came from Greece. Oh, really? Uh-huh. Yeah. I have to ask you first. May, would you like chocolate? I brought chocolates from Greece. No, thank you. Oh, the fruit. Keto. I forgot. Is it fruit from the reception? You have no idea.
think that's right, but I think it's cash.
Yes, I'll make sure we do that. So when I get that back, I'll get it attached. We'll keep one original. I'll make sure it gets into
And I always bring it up to talk. Yeah, not the same. That's my concern. My extra busy. I got all kinds of research. I'll see what else that's No. You just froze your that was it. No, it was so funny. I don't remember that at all last year. It was for all of us. I have to see, I just want to do that. Yeah, right. Well, didn't you last year? That whole heater thing? You had the heater. Yeah. That's what I and I agree with all the staff members. The first year I jumped
We're going to reconvene here in a minute or two, so if everybody can take their seats. Well, I'm going to convene this meeting all by myself, you guys. I have been abandoned. I always feel lonely here. Hey.
Where did we get the fruit?
I don't know.
Is that from downstairs?
I have no idea where it's coming from.
Maybe they're sharing and didn't share with us.
Yeah. A lot of times we're in those receptions, then they bring it up to the kitchen over here, that we can get up and get some of that.
Oh. I just wish we could all get up all and get some stuff.
Did you say you're reconvening? I was told I have to come in because you're reconvening.
Yeah, no, I already said we were going to reconvene.
Okay.
The Chair Forney, before you reconvene.
Hey, Bobby.
Vice President Hassan to the committee for this evening.
Commissioner Meyer, if you're around.
Can we start real quick?
I'll go look for him.
How many do we need to start? 3?
Yeah. I'd like to call the Planning Committee to order. Would the Secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Severson.
Here. Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner Vita.
Present.
Vice President Hassan.
Here.
Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So move.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Agenda is approved. Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, February 6th, 2019, and also Wednesday, February 20th, 2019.
So moved.
All those in favor, first of all, is there any discussion? Okay. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, we have a time-certain public hearing about the East of the River Park Master Plan public hearing. So, yes, it's Carrie who's going to be presenting to us about this. Welcome, Carrie.
Good evening, Chair Forney, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to be here this evening to present the public hearing and presentation of the East of the River Park Master Plan. First, I wanted to start out by just acknowledging all of the folk that have worked on this master plan over the last couple of years. A few of the CAC Community Advisory Committee members are here in the audience. Raise your hand for me if you were on the CAC. Yay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
And the youth design team, we have a little representation of the youth design team in the room tonight. Raise your hand if you're on the youth design team. Woohoo! And youth design team instructor. We also had some great technical advisors and project advisory committee members. Certainly really engaged input from our commissioner. Thank you all so much for your ongoing guidance during the process. I'm going to invite our chair up from our CAC in a moment here, but So tonight we'll talk about the approval process briefly and then dive into the master plan itself and present a couple of amendments based on what we heard during the 45-day public comment period. So back in October, we presented we received a CAC recommendation on the plan. November 14th, the public comment period opened. December 19th, we presented a draft of the plan. December 28th to you. December 28th, we closed the public comment period. In January, we tabulated all of the comment, and we made modifications to the draft of the plan following that. Tonight, we have our public hearing with the Planning Committee, including a presentation of the comment tabulation and plan changes, and presentation of possible amendments to the draft for board approval. And then we hope to come before the full board at the next board meeting for the final approval and consideration. So the East of the River Park Master Plan, like our other service area master plans, includes an introduction and planning framework, a planning process overview, a service area vision, neighborhood park plans for 33 neighborhood parks, operations and maintenance, sort of considerations and budgets, and finally implementation steps. So the project is a close to now almost 2-year planning process. There was 100 or more engagement events that took place, including 12 community advisory committee meetings, 12 plus community design sessions, which were in-depth design sessions at the neighborhood scale, work group meetings, including the regional trail work group, attendance of park board staff and youth design team at park events, community events and stakeholder meetings. Youth design team had their own kind of additions to the process throughout. They met weekly. It was a paid position for up to 5 hours a week throughout the process. We also had open studio during and in-houses during the design week. We had a summer barbecue and pop-up plan van to share out the concepts once they were developed. We did door knocking to supplement as needed around specific parks. Throughout, we had online engagement. And the list goes on. I thought I'd invite Cordelia Pearson up at this time. Over here? There she is. And thank her so much for all of her guidance during the process, and I thought she could just share a couple remarks about her role. Thank you.
Welcome, Cordelia.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Cordelia Pearson. I live at 512 7th Street Southeast. And this was a true honor to serve as the appointed chair of the Community Advisory Committee. I would just want to say that excellence in the park board has become the norm, and I will say that the excellence in the staff performance and the participation inspired excellence among the citizens participating in this at all levels. So as I said, it was truly an honor. I want to give a couple of examples. Community engagement is not easy to do, and it was done so creatively in this. I remember at the ice cream social in Marcy Homes at a church, it was the same weekend that it was a student welcome time. So it was a diverse audience of people who weren't the regulars who necessarily show up at a neighborhood association meeting. Doing the bus tour in July. Having lawn signs, so the individual parks, it wasn't just, oh, did you happen to get the notice for a meeting? There were lawn signs with community input link. So truly appreciated the broad and diverse community engagement. Second point I want to make, equity. We not only just had the equity principles at every meeting, but we talked about what does it actually mean, what does it look like? So I felt very supported in learning better how to ensure that our parks are truly reaching all and serving all. And then finally, integrating this system-wide approach with a very fine-grained, when there are individuals who've been working for decades on a particular park in their neighborhood, that deep ownership that they have, how do you blend that system-wide approach and a very individual intimacy with those parks? I felt like if there were any rough spots, that was where somebody saw a plan and it didn't seem to show exactly what they knew for their park, and working with staff on making sure that not only were things as much as could be in the final plan, that there's also a promise of engagement ongoing. That this plan sets the stage for the next 20 years of park investment, and that you know that there are individual members, residents in the community who are so invested in success for the park system and in their park. So it's the beginning of a great project of implementation, and I look forward to working with the park board on that. So with that, good luck. I hope that this is a great process for you, and really appreciate, it's a true honor to serve as the chair of the Citizen Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to also make sure to bring the youth design team into the room again. They had presented a video. We presented a video at one of the last meetings, and I showed a segment of it then. I'm going to show another segment tonight. Oops. Well.
First and foremost, we want to create.
There we go. Okay, thank you for your patience.
Perspectives. We are Latinx, Hmong, Congolese, Somali, Ethiopian, German, Norwegian, and we deserve to be heard.
First and foremost, we want to create and support designs that reflect each community's unique wants and needs. The youth design team has made an active effort to hear communities by attending community design sessions where we gather data and opinions from park users. We also canvass, going door to door of houses surrounding parks that will be impacted by the East of the River Parks Master Plan, in hopes of hearing the voice of those who may not have time or resources to come to design sessions. This data collection through community outreach is the first step in our design process, to hear what the people want in order for our designs to adequately serve our service area.
We were introduced to the design process by Mo Convery from Perkins & Will, who helped us to think through how to take the data and the knowledge we had and turn that into park designs. We also went to the U of M School of Design and learned the basics of sketching plans and landscape architecture from Professor Brad Agee. After learning the fundamentals of design and collecting and processing data from the community about what they wanted in their parks, we began creating designs. We started by brainstorming overall concepts and innovative ideas to incorporate into our park plans. From there, we began sketching concepts for 11 different parks in the service area. We made sure to consider issues such as racial equity, ADA compliance, community input, and environmental factors when designing. We created 11 park concepts and presented them to the Perkins & Will designers for their consideration when making their final plans. Being able to see our months of data collection be put onto paper and into tangible designs was one of the most rewarding parts of the whole design process.
Recommendations that I have for the parks would be to support small businesses in parks, vendors, create more youth jobs that are meaningful, and engage them in decision making.
Support for local and emerging artists.
Just more of a diverse, age, schools. gender, race schools.
We should always honor and respect the indigenous community, so respect the land that belonged to the people before us. If it's something sacred or indigenous, we should not mess with it because it's not ours to mess with.
Renting hammocks, teens would be really into that.
We should host more cross-cultural festivals and cultural exchange events at parks with organization, and we should do cultural cooking classes.
Very good. So the youth design team, we couldn't have done it without them.
Underrepresented and underestimated, especially in decisions that affect us. The youth design team changes that by hiring youth from the neighborhoods, involving us in the entire process, incorporating our ideas into the plan. We support youth in planning and design, and we hope you do too.
Yay! Thank you, youth design team, and thanks, and a special shout out to Ellie for producing and directing that. Raise your hand for us, Ellie. Yay! Yay! Youth voice in the planning process has been super important. The innovations and the kind of edge pushing that they bring to the table has been critical. So the service area, Northeast and Southeast Minneapolis, is represented here before you. We worked on all of the neighborhood parks in the service area. We did not touch the regional parks, which are already master planned, with the exception of Columbia Golf Course. As a really interesting kind of mix of neighborhood park and regional parkway and golf course. So we do have a plan that encompasses an aspect of that, and then as well as the Grand Rounds Missing Link, which is the regional trail. We'll be submitting a master plan to Met Council following board adoption here at the Park Board for the Grand Rounds Missing Link, which is the light blue dashed line on the east edge of the service area there. So here's a sort of a quick overview of our process, which I've showed back in, I think, December and again in January. So you're familiar with that we've had all sorts of engagement over the last year and a half. And this is really the last step in that process. The ending of the public comment period, the 45-day public comment period, and then finally the public hearing tonight. So what did we hear during that public comment period? Again, it was 45 days. The plans were in all the rec centers in the service area. There was also a printed copy here at headquarters. There was an online version. And then surveys online and in rec centers for folk to respond and provide comment. We also received lots of emails and phone calls, and also presented to neighborhood organizations along the route, the Grand Rounds Missing Link route, for some additional engagement, which was a CAC recommendation. So our process for tabulating the public comment is that we read each commenter's response, and this is a Park Board tried and true process for tabulating public comment. We then, various comments were separated and put into a spreadsheet. The comments were grouped into themes, and themes were assigned categories based on impact to the master plan. Out of the 351 themes, there was 160 from the online surveys. There was 160 online surveys, many emails, phone calls, neighborhood meetings, and TAC comments. So the technical advisory comments also are represented in the tabulation. And out of that, we generated 351 themes. So 37% of those themes supported some aspect of the plan. The comments were grouped into the themes, and each theme was considered, even if they had a single comment. So 231 themes, so 65% were single comment themes. So it's not a voting process, but it's really a sort of taking each comment and weighing it and kind of considering it. 30 or 10% consider the service area or system generally. And of the 351 total themes, 11 themes led to plan modifications that are included in the final East of the River Park Master Plan document under consideration. So here's a quick graphic to show the process that we use for tabulating public comment. So we get a commenter response. That commenter response may have several themes or comments in it. So it might be one email with 3 distinct points. So we'll separate out those points and then sort them into different themes. Then we receive another commenter response, sort them, and sometimes there'll be overlap with themes. We'll start to see multiple themes or multiple comments per theme, but in other cases we'll add an additional theme if we hadn't yet heard that theme. And then we assess the impact and response of each of the themes. So the amendments before you tonight are the moderate impact themes. So there's different impacts, like I said, associated with these themes. Low impact is that the draft plan can be modified with minor changes. That could be typos or small shifts of sort of location, shifting an orchard over just a few feet so it doesn't contrast with the path or sort of maintenance issues. But for moderate impacts, it's more significant changes to the plan since the draft was released for public comment. So I'll run through those in more detail in a moment. For high impact, it would fundamentally change the plan, meaning that it would require additional community engagement, kind of relaunching of aspects of the planning process to make that change. And then finally, the no impact. So these are themes that support the plan, refer to detailed implementation considerations. So we'll go back out and engage community in many of the design processes. And so our master plan doesn't address all of the nuances of a park design. It's really that 10,000-foot view of the park. So if the comment was more around the design, sort of that that 1,000-foot view or 100-foot view of the park, that would be a no impact as well. Or if it was unrelated to the plan, that would be no impact. So the discussion, these are some of the points that I wanted to make sure were on your radar as you wade through the comments. And again, for everyone's knowledge, those comments, the raw comments, the tabulated log of the separated comments, the themes, all of it are online in the board agenda for this evening, the board packet for this evening. So dog parks were definitely something that we heard a fair amount about. They have been something that has been commonly requested throughout the entire planning process. And with the new arrangement of dog parks, it does put us above the national average. So it's definitely an improvement in dog parks, but we still hear more increased interest in them. So during the public comment period, there were requests for dog parks at Wyndham and concerns about dog parks at Beltrami and Audubon. Northeast Park, based on staff feedback, there were a few changes to the CAC recommended concept, but rather minimal, more sort of number of tennis courts or the addition of a picnic pavilion in the picnic area. So not significant enough to merit sort of the moderate amendment, but just wanted to let you know that there were some shifts to the Northeast Athletic Field Park. Chute Square. An amendment is offered for Chute Square to remove the proposed picnic pavilion based on neighbor feedback, but staff does recommend keeping it due to the engagement of the broader neighborhood and service area requests around hopes for lunch spots in the park and larger gathering areas throughout the service area. Architect Triangle. An amendment is offered to remove the path and picnic area. The path would need to be added to the green space for accessibility reasons if the picnic area receives updates. Columbia Park and Golf Course. This is a unique case in the master plan because it encompasses a golf course, regional park, and neighborhood park. So it's just, again, wanting to kind of highlight that in the plan. There are no amendments related to Columbia that we're putting forth for your consideration, but it is a very interesting case in the master plan. And then finally, the Grand Rounds Missing Link. This significant regional trail gap has additional information included in the chapter in preparation for the submission to Met Council. So our amendments. I've mentioned these already, but for architect, one possibility would be to remove the picnic area and pathway. We currently show it. We currently, maintain it as is and add a path for accessibility, which if the picnic area were to be improved and replaced as is, it would require ADA upgrades as well, which would require a path into the park. We've placed it in such a way that really respects the current character of the park and maximizes the green space. So no changes were made to the CAC recommended architect triangle, but it did receive a number of comments during the public comment period, so wanted to put the option out there for removing the picnic area and the path altogether. But on the flip side, there was also a few comments saying, please enhance the picnic area, make it bigger. And so we've added an additional amendment with that in mind. So for Audubon Park, the amendment, in the final draft, we have removed the dog park based on it being in the low point of the park. There are stormwater issues and concerns around it, the dog park and stormwater catchment not being a compatible land use. So we've recommended removing it given the fact that in this service area we have already, even with the removal of Audubon, we're above the national average for dog parks in the service area. So, but we have brought an amendment before you to add the dog park back with stormwater treatment facilities integrated into it. So here is the new plan. There's the draft plan. So this is the final with the red circle highlighting the dog park location and the low point of the park. So So the amendment would be bringing this particular edge of the park back to this draft. So Chute Square is another amendment. Again, there was recognized need across the service area for larger gathering spaces. There were also comments from the community during the public comment period asking for the picnic pavilion and the lawn games to be removed. The lawn games were, we ended up in our staff recommendation removing the lawn games, which is really a more of a seasonal kind of activation of the north edge of the park. But recommend moving the picnic pavilion to the south, to the southern sort of segment of the park from the north. So in the draft here, it was closer to Bank Street. So in this draft, we've moved it further towards Central, which is a busier street. It would be more visible to the general public, and a great way to, in our opinion, to activate the park, provide folk that work in the area with a lunch spot. The Women's Club was in support of this idea as a gathering space for groups that come to our Godfrey House. So, but we did receive comments in opposition of the picnic pavilion because it would change the character of the park as a green oasis in this busy area. So that's another amendment for you. So the removal of the picnic pavilion is an amendment for you to consider. And then finally, the Grand Rounds Missing Link. The Grand Rounds Missing Link routes north of the rail yard. Is the one that we are putting before you is the CAC recommended alternative. But there are amendments offered up that if you would like to submit one of the alternate routes to Met Council as our preferred alternative, there are some amendments offered up regarding the Grand Rounds Missing Link route. And here they are, the different segments. Please note that there has been a correction made of the crossing of the transitway, the University of Minnesota Transitway in the south of the rail yard. We do not propose crossing at 27th, but after initial sort of conversations with Metro Transit and the University of Minnesota, we've all agreed that 29th is the crossing of the transitway that we will represent in the master plan. All right, and with that, I open it up for questions and comments.
So I'm going to have the public hearing first, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people. Plus, there's an additional 3 people that I need to ask whether or not they wanted to speak to this master plan. And that's Mohammed Amin, Sumaya Mohammed, and Fatima Abdunami. Did you want to speak to this particular plan, the 3 individuals that I just indicated? Did you want to speak to this plan?
Yes.
Oh, okay, then when I will, when I call your name, we weren't sure whether or not you were wanting to speak to this plan. Okay. So the first person on the list is Liz Walensky, and I'm going to give each person 2 minutes to speak. Please tell me your name and your address, and 2 minutes each.
Again, good evening, Commissioners, President Bourne, Superintendent Bangora. I'm here mostly because I really want to thank the staff that did this. Carrie, we contacted Carrie before she was even a park board employee. We had managed to set up a meeting where we could get all the neighborhood staffs together so that we could assist in getting the word out about the plan, and we didn't realize, or I should say I did not realize, that I had her starting date incorrect. And she said, you know what, I'll come anyway.
Oh, wow.
So she came, very dedicated, took tons of notes, talked to the staff from most of the neighborhoods on the east side, including southeast, that came. It was a good kickoff to getting things started. She did a wonderful job running the CAC. She's just really put her whole heart into this, and I truly enjoyed the bus tour, even though it was hotter than Hades. This plan has had a lot of input from the community. I tried to keep my nose out of it as much as possible, now that it was Commissioner Meyer's issue. But I couldn't help, because having had so much institutional knowledge of the parks there, and I can't stop talking anyway, I had to jump in a lot. But They've really come together, created a really great plan. The young people did a wonderful job of integrating the voices of the youth, which is really what I hope will happen more in the future, instead of a bunch of old codgers like myself jumping in with everything. And so thank you for doing this master plan for the East Side. On behalf of my neighborhood association, I would hope that you would please enter and do the amendment 1A to keep Architect Triangle as natural as possible. It's a very small triangle. It's surrounded by houses that were built as part of an architectural contest. And so we kind of like to keep that semi-historical theme in the neighborhood. We're contemplating whether or not we want to go through the trouble of actually becoming historical. So thank you for your time, and I hope you'll pass this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, former Park Board Commissioner Lewinsky. And our next person, I'm not sure if Cordelia, if you would like to speak some more? You would, yay.
Commissioners, I also urge you to support, adopt the plan. A couple of things I want to highlight. Southeast Como is one of the few areas of the city that does not have a park within 10 minutes walk of every resident. The Grand Rounds Missing Link is the feature that is meant to provide some parks. They're called trailside amenities there. I will encourage you to move expeditiously forward with any part of that you can because of the park poor nature of that area. I wanted to just make sure that was surfaced because that did get, it's wrapped into the whole Grand Rounds Missing Link. Second, the Grand Rounds is going to take a lot of courage, partnership. I'm so glad that you've got something in there, and I urge you to dedicate staff time on an ongoing basis for several years and to not wait until you have capital funds in place to work on this project. It is extremely important. It'll be transformative for our city. Please move ahead with that. Third, one of the things I've found in implementing a different regional park plan is that if there's an individual page with a park plan on it, sometimes the park staff forget about the visions and values that apply to the whole regional park. I encourage you as staff move forward with individual park plans to make sure that they have those vision and values that apply to all of the parks within the system for that park. That's something that we've seen recently with Central Riverfront Regional Park, with Father Hennepin Bluff specifically, and it's been great working with staff to make sure, but we've had to remind them a lot about that. So I encourage you to not just look at that sheet and that plan, but look at the vision values for the system. The next point I want to highlight is that where, as I mentioned before, there are individual parks like Chute Park and Elwell that have had really strong community engagement and specific fundraising for features within the park. I'll say Holmes Park is another. Make sure that the park board staff are working closely with those people. And then finally, I'm so glad you have an ecological systems plan now. Reference that, implement that. Thank you very much, and I urge you to support the plan.
Thank you for your service again. Ellie Trackler Mims.
Hi board, my name is Ellie Traxler-Menz and I had the honor of being one of the youth design team members assisting in our East of the River master plan. As a team, we helped to design individual parks, gather community input, and make sure that our youth voice was being represented. Being on the youth design team has helped me develop professional relationships, learn how to adapt to my community's needs, and to just kind of learn more about my neighborhood. And I believe in this plan and the lasting impact that it's going to have on our community. And being on the team, we went door to door of underrepresented communities to make sure that their voice was being heard. And I mean, did we get to every single community? I would say no, but we definitely worked to try to get to as many people as we could. In some of the sessions that we had speakers and who taught us about racial equity and community gardens and skate parks and different things like that. And one guest to note that was super influential in our planning process was Parks and Power, who brought to light racial injustices presented in our park system, which was just highly educational as a young individual and as a whole team. Being on the first youth design team, I think that it was a valuable addition to the master plan, and it really helped to put that youth voice at the forefront and just help all the adults in the process be like, hey, sometimes kids like to hang out in hammocks and not do all that kind of stuff. But I mean, and so I've just seen over the past year these planners try to juggle all of our community's needs and wants, and I really think that this plan splendidly addresses as many as they can, and like Carrie and Zoe have definitely been very good mentors to us and have just helped us keep the youth at the forefront. And as a community, this plan is going to impact us for the next 20 years, and I really think to consider it, and I think that having the youth voice was really helpful, and I support it, and I believe in the positive impact that it's going to have in our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. I hear the voice of a future commissioner there. Our next person is Billy Benz.
I'm a pretty proud but that was really impressive, Ellie. I have nothing to say further than what Ellie said. Thank you very much.
Brevity. Okay, Deborah Bristler.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you very much for allowing me to give some public comments tonight, and welcome Superintendent Bangura to Minneapolis. Again, my name is Deborah Brister. I'm the administrator for Audubon Park Neighborhood Association, and we are in the kind of unusual circumstances that we have a farmer's market in our neighborhood. I'm mentioning this because throughout especially our summer time with the farmers market, we had opportunities at every week to get public comments about the master plan for Audubon Park Rec Center. So we talked directly. We received verbal comments and written comments that we submitted to Carrie, in addition to all our community meetings that we held throughout the year. We have a very, very high dog per capita in our neighborhood. We, throughout the public comment period, heard much support for a dog park within Audubon Park. And we understand that the Mississippi Watershed Management Organization has some stormwater concerns with the location of the dog park within Audubon Park. And we would just like to have an opportunity to delve into this further. Throughout the whole public comment period, we did have support. So it was kind of a surprise at the very last final plan that the dog park was removed. We are having a neighborhood meeting March 18th at 7 o'clock to discuss this further. So again, we just request that you support reintroducing the dog park in the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. The next person is Dane Miller. After that is Alexander Cuddo. Am I saying that right?
Commissioners, Mr. Superintendent, staff, and my name is Dan Miller, and I'm a resident of the Wyndham Park neighborhood in our Parks District 1. While not being a CAC member on the East of the River Master Plan, I did attend most of its meetings and was a member of the Grand Rounds Missing Link Work Group. I want to first thank Park Board staff, consultants, the youth design team, and my image of my Northeast, Carrie Christensen and Cordella, for the thorough and interactive and responsive community engagement. In addition to participating, I learned and observed much that will inform my future community service. First, I'd like to encourage the commissioners to prioritize building sections of the Grand Rounds Missing Link, which can be accomplished now. Industrial Boulevard between Diagonal Trail and Ridgeway Parkway is one of these locations, which would replace the dilapidated sidewalks 3/4 of a mile in length and create a new and better utilized recreational loop. It would also connect to the Missing Link trail work done on 35W last year and this year's new trail extension to Broadway Avenue, where last year a trail was completed looping back to the Diagonal Trail on Stinson. This could encourage a broader visitation to the Gross Golf Course Lodge and its facilities, which doesn't have a bike rack out front. It is an auto-oriented, one-function park building which could be better utilized. Maybe we could get Gross Golf Course to open back up for winter sports again. Much beloved, used, and quietly closed a few years ago. First with street barriers, and then more effectively by not plowing the parking lot. Access to the Wyndham Park Recreation Center is by the way of walking past the backside of Pillsbury Elementary School and its service deck and garbage collection area. It is disconnected from Wyndham Park. Its small spaces are outdated and need updating to better be used. The old park building, there you go. I have something prepared if I...
If you could, just, yeah, Dawn over there can give the, thank you, Dan. Appreciate your comments. And Alexander, are you here? Oh, there's him. And after that is going to be Carol Weiler. I think I got that right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexander Cato, born and raised in the Twin Cities and a homeowner in Northeast Minneapolis. I'm here with the members of the Twin Cities Bike Polo Club. Club members, could you please stand briefly?
All right.
So we have been an active club in the Twin Cities for 10 years and have played bike polo at a variety of locations, from hockey rinks to tennis courts to parking garages to parking lots. And we are here to advocate for facilities for our sports. Bike polo is a lot like hockey, but played on a bike. It's fun, safe, co-ed, trans, femme, non-binary, and played in major cities across the world, every continent except for Antarctica. So I'm here for 3 main points. The first, to thank the Minneapolis Parks and Rec Board. We have been actively involved in the public engagement process. You have heard our feedback and incorporated the draft plans to feature 2 parks, Audubon and Dickman Park, which have multi-sport court facilities. So first of all, thank you all for that. Second is to create an ongoing communication channel. We would like to receive notice as to when Audubon and Dickman Park are placed into the 6-year CIP. We'd like to receive notice as to when project managers are assigned to Audubon and Dickman Park, and we would like to engage in a relationship with them to ensure that the designs of these multi-sport court facilities are inclusive of our sport. We feel that this is critical given that there will be a variety of uses on these courts, futsal, dodgeball, basketball, etc. So we just want to ensure that our interests are met. And third, the multi-sport court approach is something that Minneapolis Parks and Rec Board can be proud of. We are known in Minneapolis as one of the best cycling cities in the country. Minneapolis Park and Rec Board has the best park system in the country. So the marriage of those two through multi-sport courts is a way to further that endeavor through the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. And Carol, if you are here, and after that is Chris Lind.
Thank you. I'm Carol Weiler. I live in Audubon Park. I attended a number of the CAC meetings and was part of the Missing Link work group as well. And I do want to thank the Park Board staff for the organization, their enthusiasm, and their openness in the process. I think it's a reflection of the greater engagement that the Park Board has tried to do in the last, I would say, 5-6 years. A few comments. There's a lot of great excitement in reinvesting in our parks. I hope you also ensure that there is adequate funds to maintain any new and existing amenities that are put in our parks. I also appreciate the flexibility in determining how to complete the missing link as we try to move through existing neighborhoods. I support the preferred route of continuing on St. Anthony Boulevard from St. Anthony Parkway through the city of St. Anthony and along Gross Golf Course. I'd like to also comment on Stinson Parkway between St. Anthony Boulevard and 18th Avenue. Stinson was one of the first parkways and instrumental in creating the Grand Rounds, but is also a commuter corridor that has over 8,000 cars on it a day. The majority of them traveling faster than 25 miles an hour, and a significant number of prohibited vehicles. We're also looking at St. Anthony Village, planning to do a number of redevelopments along Stinson Parkway. And we would like to encourage the park board to consider an on-street bike path on Stinson Parkway to provide a safe corridor for bicyclists and also to help calm the traffic on Stinson. Thank you.
Carol, if you have prepared remarks, you could give that to Dawn over there.
Okay, all
Okay,
right.
thank you. And Chris, and then after that is going to be Mohammed Amin.
Good evening, thank you. Chris Lindy, 421 2nd Street Northeast in Minneapolis. I was served on the CAC representing St. Anthony West and St. Anthony East neighborhoods. First of all, Carrie did a very wonderful job. It was a very lengthy process. I believe it was over a year on this CAC. I would just like to compliment the park board. I thought the CAC was very well run with a lot of data. I really appreciate that kind of approach, looking nationally at you know, how many different items that we have each. I really don't have much else to say except for I'm just here to make sure that the plan gets accepted because I think it was well done. As far as I just have one comment on Chute Square. I would like to see a picnic area for as much as how great natural features are. It's also great to have people in those natural features, and having a picnic area I think would really be an amenity to have people go to the park and spend time in the park. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So Mohammed Amin, and then my last son, Mira Hamad. Yeah.
Hello, good evening, commissioners. I'm just here to talk about the parking lot issue, not the master plan. Like I was supposed to come the 5:30 p.m. hearing, but I missed it. So if it's okay, I want to just say a few words about that.
Is that okay, committee?
Well, I'm here just to support about the park, and the reason is because there's a kids, you know, that walk every day to the park, to the mosque, and it would be danger to see those Somali kids under our watch to get hit by a car, and it would be responsible for all of us here tonight to make a decision to show support to the park lot. And to show the support of all this member of the community who is here and took their time just to show the support of this decision, because it is very important tonight to make that decision. As you can see, all these people just came just to support about this issue. As you can see, and I know that Chris, I talked to you about it, the kids are very important, and you have a responsibility to make that decision tonight. I'm asking you as politely, as a friendly, someone that knows you, that show you where the place is at. Don't put those kids and their life on the line on risk, because you have that voice today to make the right decision. Thank you so much.
So, Sumera, if you're speaking to the master plan, are you speaking to the master plan? Is the committee okay with listening to? Okay.
My name is Samaya Mohammed, and I live in Northeast Minneapolis, and I just want to start off by thanking the Minneapolis Board of Recreation for allowing us to have a platform to voice our concerns. And I'm here in support of Salam Cultural Center in 3141 Central Avenue Northeast. Salam Cultural Center is a place where community members can gather for educational events, counseling, and many other things. The problems we're facing is securing a proper parking spot for the multi-purpose center. We have been informed on numerous occasions that people just don't feel comfortable dropping off their kids off by the curb next to the bus and the hectic streets. As a volunteer, I want to ensure the safety of everyone that walks through those doors. At this point, it's really about the safety of the kids that attend Salam Cultural Center. Another issue that we're facing is not being able to provide a specific space for disabled personnel. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Fatima? Are you speaking about the master plan?
No, I'm actually also speaking
Okay,
about the
is the committee okay with having another, okay?
So my name is Fatuma, and today I'm here speaking on the lack of parking space for our community attending Salam Center. So I'm here today to support and vouch for a big community of Northeast Minneapolis, but most importantly, Salam Culture Center. The problem we face at our center is securing a safe and proper parking space for our multi-purpose center. We have been informed on numerous occasions that parents don't feel comfortable dropping their kids off at the center and also are arriving late due to the awful parking spaces. And that is understandable considering our center is located on the corner of Central Avenue where there is no shortage of vehicles going by. The only parking we have is the street parking that is shared with the residents nearby. For that reason, parents park a distance from the center and escort their kids to the center. Now, adding on, ex-board Commissioner Liz made some comments earlier today that were deeply hurtful to our community. We hope we can all come to an agreement that our issue is a city issue. With all due respect, I and the community of Salam Culture Center wish and hopes that the board supports and grants our wishes for a parking space benefiting the greater good, eliminating upset parents. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for coming out. With that, I am going to close the public hearing and move on to our action items. I'd like somebody to move then resolution.
So we're back to the community engagement policy, right?
That's right.
So
I need somebody to move.
Yeah, I'll move resolution 2019-116, a resolution approving the community engagement policy. And I just wanted to, I guess, I don't know if we need another staff presentation, but just for the audience, we're moving to a different subject.
Right. So we're going to be having, is there any discussion that people would like on the approving the community engagement policy? Yes, it looks like we do need somebody to speak to that. Carrie, would you mind shifting roles?
Yes.
Okay.
Does he need a presentation, or does he just want us to speak?
I don't know if they're.
Okay, the question is, do you want a presentation, or
did you just have a question?
You just have a question.
Chair Forney, I think it would be under your discretion if you wanted to take up this in a different order, if you have a lot of members here. Your committee probably would not object to you taking.
That's true.
I think that might be what.
Is that okay with the committee? Would you like to, committee members, would you like to switch up the agenda?
Yeah, I would move to instead move resolution 2019-135, which is the resolution approving the East of the River Master Plan.
Okay, so with that then, discussion on then East River, and thank you, Carrie, for being here again. Okay, I believe that Commissioner Meyer, you might be first.
Okay. Well, thank you, Carrie, CAC members, people who put so much work into this. It has really been a great process that plans out all 33 parks. You know, there are a few issues that we'll get into some particular detail tonight, but there are hundreds of issues that we worked out prior to now. And it really speaks to your work that we've reached pretty broad consensus on the majority of those. And it's really great that we have this. So it's the first time we've ever done something like this. And you know, now we can point to a plan for each of our parks. There are 3 different amendments that I'm going to propose. I'll describe each of them and then can move them either individually or as a block, depending on the chair's preference. The first, I'd like to move Amendment 1A for Architect Triangle to remove the picnic area and pathway. So this is one of 2 amendments where a lot of community members made an ask, which is kind of an easier ask to fulfill. The vast majority of requests have been for more amenities, more money, but we've got a few that are asking for some things to be taken away. So for Architect Triangle, it's a very small space. It's very close to Columbia golf course, about 1/10 of a mile. You can find other picnicking spaces. So there's been a lot of community support to remove that, and I think that we probably should. There was also objection to the bee lawns at Architect Triangle. I think we should keep those in there. And I had this discussion with Carrie earlier that we really need to rename them as flowering lawns, because when people think about bees, that puts it in a negative light, but when people think about flowers, people like those. So I don't know what exactly we need to do to change that throughout the whole park board process. I think we should start referring to them to flowering gardens or flowering lawns from now on. So keep that in there, but I think we should remove the picnic area and the pathway because it's such a small space with other amenities nearby. The second amendment is 3B, to remove the picnic pavilion from Chute Square. This was another case where it's a fairly small park that was just recently renovated. The Friends of Chute Square put a lot of private money into those changes. There were a lot of people who wanted to keep it as it is, including Mayor Fry, who lives in that neighborhood. So I would move that. And then the third one, regarding the grand rounds, can you actually bring up the map again, Carrie? I would submit, I guess we call it a 4C on the grand rounds, to submit to the master plan a plan with no preferred route. So all three different options would be considered. So there are three different routes that are in here. They are the red, purple, and yellow. The red one was listed as preferred by the CAC. Each of them is about equal in their construction costs, about $26 to $27 million, but the red one would have to go through new land that we would have to acquire, which would make it a lot more expensive. And I tried to get an idea of just how much more expensive it would be, but it's hard to estimate because we don't really want to give our hand away to the property owners in saying how much we value it at. But suffice it to say, it's the significantly more expensive option. So whether we were to go with that one kind of depends on what kind of resources we're looking at. So I think at this point, we should be focusing on the areas where we have consensus, from the north down to Hennepin and from the south up to 4th Street, but then leave it open for which route we go forward from there. So I don't know if there's more discussion, but when you're ready, I'll make those motions.
Okay, thank you. I think we should have discussion first, and then we'll make motions all at the same time. So Commissioner Vital. Oh, Commissioner Musich. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita, Commissioner Forney. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate being given an opportunity to speak. I could not help but notice that there is no reference in the plan when we're talking about dog parks about protecting water quality. And as I'm sure many people are aware, every street is a tributary to some body of water. And research has shown that a lot of the bacterial and nutrient pollutants that we find in our urban water bodies come from canines. So it would behoove us, if we are truly environmentalists, to ensure that we're including language everywhere where we're talking about the implementation of a dog park, similar to what we did in the South Service Area Master Plan, to ensure that we are protecting water quality when we're concentrating dogs that are off-leash in one particular area. And that language reads, this dog park should only be implemented in concern with a robust plan to ensure runoff from the park does not affect, and in this case it says Lake Nokomis watershed, but we can cite whatever watershed it's in. I'm guessing most of these are the Mississippi River watershed. And then it indicates, in the plan what's shown, but that to protect in that way. And then it says, but the final solution should be based on further study. And I think it would really behoove us to include language like that anywhere where we're talking about implementing a dog park to ensure we're ensuring water quality is protected. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vital.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I just want to say thanks to everyone who participated in this process. It seems like most people are happy with what's going to happen. Thank you for your leadership on this. Everyone clearly likes what you've done and brought to the table, so thank you so much. Also, Zoe, thank you for the youth perspective. It's always refreshing to hear young people come and speak up about the parks that they're going to be using, and I love that someone said 20 years from now, you know, this plan is still going to matter. So thanks so much for all the work that you've done. I was going to offer an amendment for the dog park, but Commissioner Meyer has told me that he is going to have a community meeting regarding the dog park. So I won't offer it, but I'll follow up after the community meeting. Thank you.
And I'll speak to that too.
Okay, you can, Commissioner Meyer for a second time?
Yeah, I did bring this up in my PNC, but we're going to have a community meeting at Audubon Park on Monday the 18th, 7 to 9 p.m. That is a meeting where you can bring up any issues related to East of the River Plan, not necessarily just limited to dog parks. If there's something that we missed, you can come talk about it there. But I expect that there will be a lot of people interested in that. You know, the stormwater issues kind of emerged late in the game, so we need to take a closer look at that. Those are a significant concern. There were also requests to have a dog park at Wyndham Park, which is just south of Audubon, so that would be something that we could consider. We are significantly increasing the dog parks in the service area. You know, one at Marcy, one at Beltrami, and then expanding the one at Columbia. So that does already put us over the national average, but I think we could potentially have room for one more, and we'll examine that more closely then.
Thank you. A couple questions I have before we talk about motions. As far as the picnic area and pathway, in the draft, is it to be ADA accessible?
Chair Forney, correct. The intent of having the path there is to make the picnic area ADA accessible, so, and therefore the path itself will be ADA accessible.
Okay. And then, did I understand you say that as far as the Chute Square picnic pavilion, that was the Women's Club in favor of that or not in favor of having a pavilion there?
Correct. Chair Forney, the Women's Club was in favor of the picnic pavilion as a gathering space for group tours.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I'll just indicate that to me, as far as removing the picnic area and pathways, I would be in agreement, particularly since that sounds like the community is interested in that. As far as in Chute Square, as far as the picnic pavilion, I can't remember who it was who mentioned that having that area activated by having picnicking happening there, and particularly since the Women's Club is the one who is the, what should we say, most active user of the area and everything like that, I would be in favor of keeping the picnic pavilion in there. And I do appreciate that the 4C that Commissioner Meyer is suggesting of no preferred options for the Great Rounds, I think is an excellent suggestion. So any other comments that people want to make? So with that, should we then have some motions of what amendments you would like to put forward? Yes, Commissioner Meyer.
I'll move Amendment 1A to remove the picnic area and pathway from Architect Triangle.
Okay, all those in favor of that amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions on it? Okay, so that will be added to it. Do you have another one, Commissioner Meyer?
Move 3B to remove the picnic pavilion from Chute Square.
All those in favor of that, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Nay. Abstentions? Okay, that one is then going to be amended. And then I believe that you said 4C,
Yep.
which is the no preferred options. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, also I'll move force C to submit no preferred alternative and to keep all three options on the table.
Okay, all those in favor of that amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so we need then a motion then on the resolution. You already moved it, sorry.
Yep.
Okay, so all those in favor of the resolution approving the East River Master Plan, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. We have moved that, and so we're going to go back to 5-1. I think you moved it already, but if you would again, just to make it official. Commissioner Meyer?
Should we move on to?
Well, no, we have the community engagement policy.
Yeah, I was thinking that we should move on to 137 since a lot of people are here for that.
137?
Yeah, the final item on there. The resolution authorizing memorandum
Okay,
of
not
understanding.
the final item, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if you'd like to move that, if that's okay with the committee? Okay. All right, so we're going to move to the resolution, and if somebody would move that, please.
Move resolution 2019-137. Or actually, I don't want to move this one because I'm not going to be voting in favor of it, sorry.
Would somebody else please read it?
Yeah, I'll move it. I move the resolution authorizing creation of memorandum of understanding between Masjid Salam Cultural Center and Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board relating to use disposition of parkland. Well, I think we should just be.
You need to read the whole.
Okay. Use or disposition of parkland in the vicinity of St. Anthony Parkway and Central Avenue Northeast, and directing staff to prepare and submit to the Board of Commissioners such memorandum of understanding for consideration on or before its regular meeting on April 3rd, 2019.
Thank you. I believe that people would like to have a presentation on this.
Yes, please.
So, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, please.
Chair Forney, Commissioners, I'll walk through this quickly. I'm sure there will be questions that you'll want to ask. I'm going to start out by providing some context just relative to the site and some of the other factors that are important here. I'll identify the location of the Salam Cultural Center has been noted tonight as 3141 Central Avenue. If we go, this is it right here. It's just south of St. Anthony Parkway along Central Avenue. And as has been noted several times tonight, the Cultural Center site doesn't have parking, and it has inquired about the creation of parking using parkland. And as I go through my notes, it was probably 11 or so months ago that question was first raised to planning staff. To get it a little closer, again, the dashed yellow line is the Salam Cultural Center. It's important to put this in the context of the adjacent parkland. The parkland that's just been toned green is part of the St. Anthony Regional Park Master Plan. It was adopted by the Board of Commissioners in September of 2006. The master plan for this area that's north of the Salam Cultural Center indicates add landscape and or public art and seating for what we'll call the subject parkland. It's also important that in that master plan, there is no indication of a boundary expansion or of a disposition for anywhere related to the park as a whole. What has been posed, at least to some degree, and the dimensions may vary, is the use of a portion of the parkland that's kind of bounded by that green dashed line. It's essentially a parcel of land that would be about 60 feet by 117. And you can see it highlighted there. As staff looked at this in April of 2018, that space, when you consider setbacks and potentially the need for stormwater management, might accommodate 9 or 10 cars, and it would be accessed off of the alley. We didn't do a whole lot of further exploration about the feasibility of creating it. We were just looking at it relative to the size of the lot, and
While I believe I know the Cultural Center has posed a larger lot, it would further impact upon the parkland at St. Anthony Parkway. The considerations that are important here, once we get outside the physicality and the geography, is that to change the use to allow parking on this particular piece of property would require an amendment to the master plan. That process hasn't been started, and if we were to move through this process, it would be one of the primary considerations. It's also important that a disposition of parkland, so that someone else could implement parking here, would also require an amendment to the master plan that would identify the subject parkland as excess, or to use a term framed in a memo from Council Rice yesterday, abandoned parkland. In fact, it is not today abandoned parkland because it's identified with a specific use in a master plan. To be clear about that, we have many areas of our park system where we have not implemented the master plan, but we indicate a use. It's also important from my position as Assistant Superintendent for Planning that as we look at this, I don't currently have staff available to look at this, and as we go through an MOU, there would have to be some considerations about the resources that I would draw on to assign staff to work on this, and that includes not just staff, but budgeting for consultants and other resources that would have to be applied to this exercise. It's important for us also that the park board did not initiate this inquiry for a change in use or for a disposition. From my perspective, from a staff perspective, in this case, we would need direction from the board. We would need that direction to be clear and defined. And the way that it's posed in this, in Resolution 2019-137, is that the board would authorize staff to create the MOU, and that would provide us the necessary support and direction. We'd create that MOU, bring it back to the board for consideration, and I think it's outlined here that we would bring it back on or before the board's regular meeting, the first meeting in April. We outline in the background a number of the terms that would become important to the MOU. Largely, the Memorandum of Understanding would frame the roles and responsibilities of various parties. Most of this would fall to the park board from the perspective of providing the activities, leading the activities. But we would go through the process of creating an engagement plan, potentially based on an action that you'll take up in a few moments, probably. We would have to engage a consultant. We would have to provide a survey so that we can understand for certain what the bounds of this question related to subject parkland is. We would have to review that for any encumbrances. As we move through processes, we do what's called ALTA level surveys, American Land Title Association, to understand that we truly understand the boundaries, the ownership, and any encumbrances, easements, or other things that might exist on a property. We would conduct engagement of stakeholders and the neighborhoods. And as we move through this process, draft the master plan amendment, the board would have to consider it, the Metropolitan Council would have to consider it, and as we look at those things and relative to an amendment of the master plan, the method of compensating staff would have to be identified because we don't, as I mentioned, we don't have budget to deal with this today. We might go further in this and frame the activities related to the disposition of parkland. And in order to do this in total, this property would require a subdivision from parkland aligned with City of Minneapolis standards. It would also have to gain approval from the City of Minneapolis as a subdivision. We would have to prepare an appraisal that would identify the value of this subject parkland. We would have to agree to some terms with the buyer and the Board of Commissioners for the disposition. We would also, and this is significant, have to gain approval for the disposition through subject court or through the district court, and then file and record the conveyance. And again, we don't have any of those funds to be able to do that. We've highlighted in the background kind of a general cost of what those things might be. The last point here is important. If this were pursued, we have an MOU in place and we pursue the master plan, we can have no prejudgment, predetermination, or presumption about what the outcome will be. The outcomes will be framed around the engagement we do with the community and bringing a set of alternatives back for consideration, just as happened through the process with the East of the River Plan that the committee looked at just prior to this presentation. So I brought this, the last slide back up here, and I'll restate the primary thing as we move through this. Even as we would frame an MOU and ask for some potentially participation from other parties to help pay for the costs of pursuing this, we can't do that with any kind of prejudgment or predetermination. And so with that, I know that's a really high-level overview, but I will pause and allow commissioners to ask questions.
Nobody has questions? Commissioner Meyer. Excuse me, we're in the middle of a meeting.
I didn't hear that, but.
Commissioner Meyer.
Assuming the board went forward with this, how long do you think it would take to go through all the steps that you identified of going through a master plan, getting approval from the city, from the Metro Council, from a district court? Is that all? Do you have to get Hennepin County too?
Not from Hennepin County. Commissioner Meyer, let me frame it actually in two different pieces, because it's easier for us to perhaps frame the length of time it might take to go through a master planning amendment process, including gaining the outside approvals that might be necessary. And that process might take 5 to 6 months, depending upon the relationship, the view of the Metropolitan Council on this. It might take slightly longer. The process following that to subdivide, to survey, subdivide, move through the city processes, move through the district court, I don't know that I can fairly frame a length of time, but if we were to look at solely the subdivision process, the time it would take to prepare the subdivision could be accomplished in probably 3 or 4 weeks. To submit it and have the city review it could be up to 2 months. To bring that back to the board and have it begin moving through the sale process or the disposition process, including district court, could take a very long time. I don't know how long it would take to actually get this put on the district court docket. I don't know if Council Rice could offer an opinion about how fast that would happen. In other disposition processes that we've moved through, they've taken 2 or 3 or 4 months or more to move through.
Council Rice, do you have any thoughts on the length of time it would take?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Meyer, typically it's about a 90-day process once the board's actually approved it, at least on the district court approval. And I think if I heard Mr. Schroeder, it's about 5 to 6 months.
Yeah,
if you got to that point, it's probably another 90 days after that.
Councilor Rice, if I could clarify, it'd be 90 days moving through the district court process?
Yes. Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Meyer, I think typically what happens if the board, once the board approves it, assuming all the other real estate matters are there, we have to find get a hearing date. We usually publish notice that gives at least 30 days notice, and to get onto a court's agenda is, another 30 days. So that would be at the end of the process Mr. Schroeder has laid out.
Okay, so adding all those up, how much does it add up to?
Commissioner Meyer, I was hoping you were adding. I'm going to guess that this is probably 9 to 12 months.
Okay.
I would concur with that.
Okay. And how much do you think it would cost in staff time? What's your estimate of that?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, when we looked at this back in April of 2018, we started putting together some ideas of the cost, and I would set a baseline of probably $50,000 or $60,000, and that's for the process of the master plan and moving us towards disposition. It's we haven't gone through the process of contacting surveyors and looking at what the subdivision would cost, but just based on some other recent subdivisions we've done on the east side of the river, I'm going to guess we're talking about a baseline for the entire process that's at least $50,000 to $60,000.
Okay. And at the end of all that, what do you think the likelihood would be if there was significant organized opposition to declaring this to be excess or abandoned land? What do you think the likelihood would be of the court ruling on that in favor of declaring that?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, I'm going to make a statement, but then I will defer to Council Rice. As we move through this process, we will do our utmost to follow the processes of the Board of Commissioners so that it can render its decision to the best degree possible. If we follow the processes to every last dot on an I and cross of a T, we will have satisfied one of the primary criteria in having a district court review of this, which I think they would look at saying the process that we followed to consider this is of utmost importance. I think I will defer to Council Rice on how deferential the district court would be on a decision that would be made by this board relative to the disposition.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Meyer, again, I would concur with what Mr. Schroeder is saying, that the process that he's outlined in terms of engagement and information would be important to that resolution. What I could be, it's a very, very rare situation that this park board sells land. I think you have in your policy manual the land policy. The presumption is that this board does not sell land. The charter requirement is that the board may sell land if it's, the board may sell realty only if it has abandoned the realty and the district court approves the sale. There are case law out there that defines what abandoned means, and basically it's that the land is no longer needed for park purposes, and the board has determined that it's surplus or unnecessary for any park use. I would say I can recall maybe a dozen times in my 30-some years of representing the board where we've gone to district court to sell land, and in no case were those sales contested, which I would say is an indication that there's been unanimity of the board in deciding that the land is not needed and you want to move. There's no desire by the board to hold on to the land, to retain it, that it's not necessary, that there's really no need that the commissioners saw to hold on to the land. And I would say that I've never been before the court where there was a contest, where citizens or other groups came forward and said they opposed the sale of the land. So it would be, I'm not sure what a court would do to that. I would say that it is in the authority of this board to make a determination about what's necessary for the park system. I would think a court, assuming that you went through the process and could get all these plan amendments, that the court would grant some deference to the board. But ultimately, these lands were acquired to be held in public trust, and you're the trustees for these lands to hold on to it. And I think that's where you need to exercise the highest degree of your fiduciary responsibility in deciding whether to retain or dispose of property. That's why there's a 6-vote requirement.
In your time, has there ever been a case where we sold a parking lot or sold space for a parking lot to a private interest, or even anything similar to that?
Madam Chair, the board did sell land to Dunwoody years ago, but it was property that was not connected to any other parkland. It was almost, I'd say, stray land. It was land just north of the sculpture garden that because of when they put in the freeway, Interstate 394, and they upgraded that from Highway 12. And it was land that the park board had from years back as part of parade. It had been separated, and it was a fairly small lot of land that was surrounded by other parking lots. Wasn't connected to any part of the system. But to answer your question, yes, there was land that I believe Dunwoody might have actually turned that into like a rain garden as part of a parking lot, but essentially became part of a parking lot.
Okay. And lastly, Michael, you've told me at every point in this that you thought this was a bad idea, and I was just wondering if you could speak to that.
Chair Forney, Commissioner Meyer, and perhaps the term "bad" is not exactly the right way to look at this. This is a very difficult process to move through. As Councilor Rice has stated, staff is obligated to follow policies about protecting parkland, and we've been in front of this board many times talking about encroachments and how difficult it is for us to give those encroachments and the efforts we take to protect parkland. When we look at this, we're also looking at this entire process through the lens of protecting parkland. We did pull the certificates of title this afternoon to understand how long we've owned this property. The last acquisition was in 1952. The first acquisition was in 1913. So we have owned the parcels of land, if this is on this block and this block, for more than 100 years in some cases. So as we look at this, the protection of parkland becomes a significant lens for us to consider the actions.
So I have a lot to say about this. It'll probably take me more than 3 minutes. I hope the committee will allow me that.
Is the committee okay with that? Okay,
No one's
proceed.
paying attention. Go for it.
You know, I feel like I need to defend this both from the directions of people who are disappointed that I'm not going to vote for it, and also from a lot of people who are scandalized that I was even considering it. For that, I want to give some background about myself. I think out of probably all the elected officials in the state, maybe even the country, there's probably not anyone who's been more against surface parking lots in particular than me. In 2015, I bought 13 copies of the book, The High Cost of Free Parking, an 800-page book, spent more than $400 on it, about half my bank account at the time, to give to each council member to talk to them about how excess parking was really harming the city. I've never driven a car in my life, never got a driver's license. I moved from South Dakota to Minneapolis because I wanted to live in a place where I wouldn't need to. And one of the main reasons that I ran for the park board is because, for me, the parkways are my highways. I use them all the time, care about them. So that's my background. So I just want to really emphasize how difficult an ask this was of me in particular. Nevertheless, I wanted to give it the best consideration possible. I asked staff to look at different properties that we might consider acquiring. The park board, we have the mantra, we do not sell land, but sometimes we do swap land. And I wanted to give that, the full consideration for maybe out there might be some land that we could acquire that we need. I would also want it to meet our climate goals. At first, it was clear that we couldn't do that in the immediate neighborhood. So I first asked staff to look at Audubon Park, Columbia Park, and Wade Park. All the properties that they considered, would entail tearing down a house. Then they would give us that land, and we would sell this land for the parking lot. So the net effect there would be Minneapolis loses a house, gains a parking lot. That's completely contrary to our climate goals. That was In July, when they first put that forward, and I said, you know, I'm not going to be able to support this. I had told the mosque from the very start that I thought this was very unlikely to happen, that I didn't think it was worth all that time and energy. That became even more clear after the Star Tribune article came out in August, where I got lots of angry feedback about that. But the proponents have been very persistent. I admire that. You know, they've come to almost every meeting to speak about this. In December, I reconsidered my opposition for 2 reasons. One was the mosques said that they had more resources than had been previously indicated, so that made it more imaginable to imagine a swap, but also because there was a lot of excitement around the Grand Rounds Missing Link, which is something that I really want to have passed. You know, we just approved that in our master plan, so I asked staff to take another look at the missing link area for lands that we might acquire. If there was some property that we could acquire that was going to help finish a new transportation connection, to have like a new bike lane where there wasn't one before, then that could possibly have offset the climate impacts and had a net positive impact. So I was willing to consider that. What staff came back with, there was 2 main things. One was, you know, a lot of different properties in Prospect Park, which is first of all very far away and would also entail tearing down houses. The other one was along the intersection of Broadway and Industrial Boulevard. So the proposal there would have been to basically buy up land along Industrial. So it wouldn't create anything new, like the road's already there, but it would create more space where trees could be there. The feedback I've gotten since is, you know, people who live nearby the land that would be sold don't think that's a good trade. There are a lot more people who go by you know, this busy intersection of Central and St. Anthony Parkway than go by Industrial. And, you know, Industrial is a very industrial place. It's not as enjoyable. So I just don't think that trade is going to work. So I just want to emphasize that, you know, I really did have staff look and explore all the options. I am, you know, very acutely aware that there's a lot of Islamophobia in this country, and I, you know, very much didn't want to play into that at all. I've been told that if this was a group of rich white people, that this parking lot would have been sold a long time ago. I absolutely reject that. That would have been a lot easier to say no to immediately. It was only because of the context that I was willing to consider it as far as we did, because you know my values against carbon pollution and trying to make the city more towards transit and bikes and such, you know, was offset by, you know, wanting to be inclusive, to help build community. And I've heard all the people who have spoken that the Islamic Cultural Center provides great services to the community, but this is just something we really can't do. You know, since it came on the agenda last Friday, I've had angry people saying, don't pave paradise to put up a parking lot. You know, I wouldn't quite call it paradise, but you know, it's playing into that. Someone else angrily said, you know, even just because I was considering that, you know, I guess this is a new day at the park board, where commissioners will sell parks away to private interest. And that's a really important part here. It's not just about this one parcel. This is about a precedent. Like, if we allow this one, then a lot of other people will come to us There are lots of developers who would love to build on parkland. We need to have a really high threshold before we're willing to do anything of that kind. In the campaign, there was a PAC called Save Our Number One Parks, and they ran a piece against me and other commissioners, basically implying that I was going to destroy the parks. And I joked about that with lots of people, and we talked about, oh, what are we going to do? Are we going to pave them over? So what's being asked of me today is to make that joke a reality, to turn a green space into a brown space. It's just something that I cannot do. And I said from the beginning that I thought I'd love to work with the Islamic Center to get an arrangement with the parking lot that we already have at Columbia Golf Course, which is about half a block away. Safety concerns are things that I care a lot about, but in regard to that, the alley is right behind it. If this parking lot was created, people would still have to drive through the alleyway to get there. If safety is that big of a concern, then I think it would make sense to advise congregants to drop kids in particular off in the alley instead of on Central. So thank you to the committee for giving me that time to fully voice my very complex thoughts about this. I can't vote for it today. I don't think it's worth staff's time to continue forward with this.
Are you saying it doesn't work
But-
to save the children?
Excuse me?
Are you saying
We
it
are in a
doesn't work to
meeting.
save the children?
We are
Is
in,
that what you're saying?
excuse me?
No, hold on. Are you saying
No,
that
you've had your public time, you need to stop talking now. No, I'm sorry. You've had your time.
No work to save the children.
Excuse me,
Speak up.
would you please?
Exactly.
No.
Say doesn't work to save the children life.
Excuse me.
Madam Chair. No, get the hell out.
No,
Okay.
Liz.
Madam Chair.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Take a break.
Don't tell me anything. I have the right to speak for my.
Liz, somebody needs to remove.
We are recessed.
Hey,
You racist, Chris Mayor. You racist. I'm telling you, you racist. Racist, Chris Mayor. Racist. You racist, Chris Mayor. You racist. You don't care about the Somali. The kid of the Somali life matters to me. They are equal just like any other. You are racist. No, I'm gonna do it. This work is for all of us.
No, away.
I promise.
Now.
The mic is not on.
Now.
You're not
The mic is not on.
You're racist. You don't get my trees for respect. Hold it. Why did you debate? Why would you open a debate? Open a mic.
It doesn't have any activity. It's not fun. It's not about this. It doesn't have any activity. Not
nothing here. Our children is nothing. Are you telling me that he is life? This is a tree.
السلام عليكم. مش مغلينا. السلام عليكم. فيري محمد أمينو. حتى لو جوجدنا عليك دورتين. لكن وحال الرباع حق عليه سي أمني نبض عينك كل عشرة. ببندي. صوبته وحال هذا الشركة السعودية ووح بابليك أو دوم ما يوم.
xaqiina marka badan dadkeena waxaa dhaca xanaaq markay xanaaqaan iyagaa hadhow la eeda laakiin xaqa u leedihiin inaad fadhiisataan ood la xisaabtantaan dadka waxa aad ka rabtaan waa dad la doortay qofka lala xisaabtana ugu horeyna oo wiilkaan dooranay wiilkeenna waay iyo dhammaanta waa noo sameyn soo maha qofka marka waxaan rabaa si amni inaad u fadhiisataan haddii laydin diido soo maha shirkina idinkoo fadhiya iyuna wax dhicin haddaa rabtaan oo saa doontaa idinka iyo laakiin dagaal iyo yaana iyaga waxay rabaa finish iyaga ciidan iyo waxba waxay dhahayaan amnigeenan ama nafteena u baqnay mana la rabo waxaas حق أولادين فريستا هلا فيري هل قف هذين هلو هزجرب ودينا هل قف هذين هلو قف كاس هلا أنا عد كيس سيد دجس نب وحنا وشك تفضل طيب شوف كذا مكان أوكي بس فريستا برك تفضل أوكي هل قد يشي هل قولي هل انت اللي كانت وقاش
I don't know where he's in the hall. Oh, he is?
Right there. Oh! I heard that.
Are they all the same?
No, they all different. You gotta read it.
I'm not going to big, but I'm still.
Yes, I called earlier.
I didn't check the last one in the morning. Now, since you were running to get the book out today, I would have
I almost did, but then I changed my mind.
We're going back this way.
I called you earlier because it's come get you.
Yeah, they're, they got it.
Let's do it. My dog is at daycare, so I'm good. The revolution. Do I have a vote? If we vote, they're in the back, and mom, I think they're trying to figure something out. No, that's not true. C said we will not allow this. So let me explain to you that there's a committee, right? And so there's Commissioner Forney, who is the chair of the committee, Chris, who's the district commissioner, and myself. There was Commissioner Stevenson, who was on the committee, and then Commissioner Hassan was put on the committee. He's not normally on it, but he was put on it. So what happens is that Chris is the district commissioner, and myself, Commissioner Forney, are city directors. We generally take, the district commissioner into consideration. But it's not his own.
How much more stuff do we have to do? We have these agreements with the golf courses? Oh, that's admin.
2 more presentations to make.
Somebody said the feds may have took it off.
Oh, they do. Permanently. They don't need anything.
Yeah. Well, I think they just want. Oh, this thing on Curry Park was important. Didn't that have to go back to the board? That was going back to the board. And we haven't done the community engagement policy either, right? So you've got several more actions.
Right. I'm just wondering if I should convene and have us talk about the other.
No, I think not. No, I mean, I think, let's see what Brad comes up with.
Oh, so we're waiting for him?
Yeah, I think so. You better, was ACAP specially appointed to this?
Because John is on his way. He's still on his way.
Oh, yeah, John's coming?
Well, he was in Ames and he's driving back.
Oh,
so
he was?
He said he'd be back by 9. And I said, well, we're still in the process.
Still in the process?
Yeah.
You can't lose without it.
Excuse me.
It's just better.
Hey, you guys, it's pretty sad. We better get to
What's that?
Broadway Pizza as much as possible. They sold it.
They did?
They sold Broadway.
What happened?
And they're being sneaky and quiet about it.
Really?
Broadway Pizza, all of them?
Oh, get ready.
Oh,
Our
okay.
nice, you see that nice view? It's going to go away.
I bet somebody's going to develop.
Oh, so they didn't sell all of it, just this one?
Just this one.
Oh.
Yeah, that property's too bad.
It's totally different.
Now, the trouble is where it's built on, though. They had to put a lot of fill into this land to
Build it up.
We're talking about Broadway.
No, he said one. He said one case, but he was saying like, so, okay, I'll give you an example. This week, people have been sending me emails saying, if you sell them the land, then I need you to sell me the land. This land. So already, because people think that we're going to sell you some land, there's already a list of people who are saying, if you do that, then sell me this land. And then, me personally, my house is all like my front yard is shared with parking. And I have nightmares that the commissioners who don't like me are going to sell the parking in front of my house. And then there's going to be a huge apartment building in the front of it. So, like, no, but it's like if I sell this land, then developers come up and say, hey, sell us this land. That's what he means by the precedent that it'll say. It'll just be like one person after the other. I'm sorry. I'm talking to you like I'm scared of you or something, and I'm not. So, what he said was that He does, he does. I have to beg him to give him
Can I join you guys?
I'm not sure they want you over here. Come on in. Come on. See, they invited you, so it's okay. I wasn't seeing. I know my place.
That's why I would consider this as part of
The president, the superintendent, and Opti is park board, the community engagement special. I have no idea what the alternative is. I just feel like we should be having conversations with you all before we come up with next steps. Like, to me, that's what's important, is that you all feel like you're heard, especially with alternatives. Because even what happens now, the reason why I sat down and started talking to these young people is because they were confused about the process. They thought that what Chris said meant everything was over. Like, that he was the only choice. And that, yes, right? Right. And I understand that, but that's why I told you. No. If you feel that way, listen. If you feel that way, that's fine. Because I know that, what's your name? Abdallah said to me, hold on, what just happened? Why did he say that? Is he the only one that gets a voice, has a voice? So the process needs to be explained. I had my right on because I was apologizing for you all feeling like there were racism. I am not okay with that. Exactly. Right. It's you all have a history and then right? That just fuels things. I'm not okay. That's not what I'm here for you all to take home and not to feel like you're being attacked. Anything Yeah.
They were told that it was easy to buy parking.
There you go.
She was shocked that I was, and I watched both of them, and I watched. I was putting my own just things aside, and I didn't decide myself. Why are you so against the party? It wasn't why I brought it up.
We still don't know how long they're going to be. She said that a couple more months ago, didn't they?
That is.
Somebody like that was a leader. Somebody like that was a leader. That's ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying.
Somebody like that. Leader off that race.
It's just gonna take what it's gonna take.
Well, it is. I mean, the other choice is that we go on and do something else.
At least deal with the other agenda items.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, there.
Well, you've got everybody but
We've got
Amy.
4. I mean, we've got the, what is it, Curry? I think it's, no.
Curry Park and
Yeah.
a couple other reports.
Right. Just get it wrapped up, that's it. Wait, okay.
I don't know.
Okay, pacing and pacing, okay.
they don't want to have to spend their time.
Yeah. Just have come to that.
On the street, on the side of the, on the other side is St. Anthony, which is facing
Not you, because I don't think you represent me. I think you represent basically not the citizens. I leave that district. Do you know that? Do you know that I live in your district? Do you know that I did for you? Do you know that I didn't even care? No, I voted for you. Because I never crossed my mind that you would be a whole bucket. Ever. Not one single day. That's how much respect. When you were having issue with AK, I did not know. That's how much respect. But today, all that respect is gone. You are just like any other KKK today. Any other Donald J. Trump. I swear to God, I'm going to be very honest. I like to express myself. I'm being honest. You are just like Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump came in this country, in this people, and says, Somalis, you know how much it hurt? We were mad, we were angry. Imagine the most progressive person is saying, oh, Somali life doesn't matter to us. That's exactly what we did. How sad is that? That's a slap in the face. I'm sorry. But next election, it won't be. Sorry, when I came in. I'm like, so, with that motion, I would love to have that. I would love to call every day I felt on here and all the parties, whether they care about somebody's life or not. Whether Chris Mayer cares or whether the Chris Mayer is Donald J. Trump. That's the question. Whether you care about humanity and goodness and care about American citizens, or do you care?
We just met with him.
That's because he wants it for social.
I told you it was going to turn.
Commissioner Meyer, can you please have a seat?
Right.
Oh, Brad's over there.
You have no idea how it's
But I knew that was
You don't know how much respect I have for you, but
so ridiculous.
unbelievable.
wait, so I was looking. I asked for the same thing.
So which conference are you going to this year?
I haven't decided yet. I was looking at that the other day. Is it sad that I was judging it more on the location and the actual conference itself?
Maybe.
No, it is. It was. That's due by the 13th, correct?
Today, yes, people.
Agitated. Yeah.
I'm going to work against it. I promise to my life because we cannot have this more racism. This part, I've been hearing a lot of racist stuff.
Yeah, frustrating.
I just want you guys to know that Chris is a lot better than me. You guys probably have to call police on me and get me up.
Being autistic while someone wearing you don't fit. What happened to Brad? Where'd Brad go? Commissioner Bourne, where did you go?
He needs some milk.
Can you order me some pizza? What did she call him? Honey, what? Can you order me some pizza?
Sure, honey.
I said honey mustard. Can I get some honey mustard pizza? Sure, honey.
I'd like to reconvene this committee.
There you go.
We can all settle down. We'd
Does
like
that
to
equal
reconvene
one?
our meeting. What?
Does that equal 1?
No. Thank you all for your.
I think they just finished it.
Forney, do you want to reconvene your meeting?
I'd like to reconvene the meeting, and I believe that Letitia, Commissioner Vito, please go ahead.
I would like to move a motion to table the discussion.
Okay. Any discussion on that? With that, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Chair.
That motion has been moved.
Thank you.
I think that one of the applicants would like to address the board very, very briefly.
Okay.
If you would allow
If you'd
that.
like to address the board briefly, please come up to the microphone. Does somebody want to?
No? Okay.
Okay, no, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you all. We're moving on with our agenda.
Okay.
He said he would like to address the park.
Well,
Is the committee okay with having,
Yes.
is the committee okay with that?
A minute.
A minute, please.
okay, my name is Mohammed. I just want to request a motion on this to hold open debate about this issue versus just having a voters in here, just elected officials. Let's have an open debate about this park issue because it is really important personally to me because the Somali kids, their life is important just like any other kid in America. And we must protect. And if our elected officials are not protecting them, then as a citizen, I'm obligated to stand up and to protect them.
Thank you.
Therefore, that's what I'm requesting, to have open debate about this issue.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that motion has been tabled, so we were going to move on to the rest of the agenda. And so we had moved the motion of the community engagement policy, but we did need to have now a presentation, or are there people wanting to have a discussion on that, on the community engagement policy?
Yes, I do have
Okay.
some thoughts on that.
Carrie, you are. So for those of you, we have tabled the motion regarding the parking lot. So it won't be discussed for the rest of the night. Go ahead.
Chair Forney, committee, hello. In the interest of time, I'm going to just give a brief presentation. Radius Guest and I have been working on the policy for the last couple of years. And we're excited to be at this point to bring it back to committee actually with a few small changes. And we're handing out, since we published the policy on Friday, there's actually been one more read through by staff. And so what you have before you is the staff amended version. There's highlights in yellow of the amendment that, and then a summary sheet of those amendments that's being handed out to you now. So the community engagement policy update has again been going on for the last couple of years. We spoke to you as a committee about a month ago and are back tonight to follow up on the comments that were presented to us following the public hearing on February 6th. We have made some staff edits to the policy based on committee comments. The policy update is now back to the committee for recommendation to the board. Staff and committee amendments, we made some amendments based on the additional staff refinement following the publishing of the board agenda packet last week, which I mentioned, and staff recommendation for committee approval to recommend the staff amended version to the board for approval. Some of the updates to the community engagement policy following the committee review on February 6th is that we
heard from the board suggestions around streamlining of language, including the refinement of staff roles, improved clarity in procedures, and streamlined definitions. We also heard some recommendations around CAC appointment language, and we've added terms like recommended to the size and clarified the appointment process. There are also, we've also got some examples of the procedures at the request of the committee if you're interested. So this chart mirrors the handout of the amendments, the staff recommended amendments. So these are, again, building off of the revised copy that you received on Friday. There's additional edits that have been made that are highlighted in yellow on the copy you've received tonight. And just to sort of summarize what those amendments are, actually we request that this be passed as one single amendment, and it's just broken out into pieces here for clarity. But for example, we've updated any's and anythings to clarify intent. We've removed them. We changed policy language about the CAC appointment process. CAC members need to be present to vote, and refine the steps for formation procedures, really keeping the content the same, but thinking through kind of how to structure it for more clarity. We've just given it one more read for making sure that what we're expecting of people is measurable, and clarifying the language around that. We've added some definitions to help clarify any of the terminology used in the policy. So, for example, CAC selection committee and slate. We refined the stakeholder roles to ensure that single stakeholders are not beholden to the same requirements as formal group stakeholders, to make sure that really anyone can participate in any process at any time, and we want to make sure that's encouraged. Staff roles, we also clarified the roles of staff to reduce redundancies and improve clarity and keep roles measurable. TAC responsibility, we clarified that technical advisors, that their input as outside agency partners should be in the context of their expertise and jurisdiction. The CAC recommendation, we also clarified that CAC member must be present to vote. And added to the board procedure and explained all the steps the MPRB currently follows around CAC recommendations. And finally, review of community engagement. For employees that do community engagement, this will be part of their work review, their annual review, and does not need to be called out in this policy. So I think I'll open it up for questions and comments now, but just wanted to highlight that our next steps, hopefully after board approval, is to fine-tune the community engagement assessment and plan, develop a toolkit for giving staff more tools to do community engagement, creating an onboarding and training video for all MPRB staff around the policy, and develop some kind of public-facing community engagement policy communications piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Carrie, for these updates. I said at a previous meeting that I was skeptical of the new committee on committees because I was concerned that that would be adding bureaucracy and administrative burden. After talking with you, you persuaded me that that is not the case. So in the status quo for the CACs that we have, neighborhood associations and other groups, would each get one appointee, and they would have to presumably dedicate time to choosing that. With this change, they would all be meeting together, all the neighborhood groups, and making those decisions jointly. And I think that's going to be an improvement that could actually reduce the amount of administrative burden rather than increase it, and get the different appointing institutions to be communicating to each other, so we don't have additional situations where groups are left out. So then we get a holistic reflection of the community in these CACs. So I've been persuaded that that was a good idea. So I support that. I'll also support the revisions that you've made. So I would move the amendment that staff has suggested.
Commissioner Muser.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. I like the idea. I'm not on this committee, but thank you for allowing me to make some comments. Chair Forney. I'm in favor of these amendments as well, now that I've had a chance to read through them, but I would ask that the additional comma in B at the top of page 11 be removed, just as a grammatical thing. And then I would also like to clarify that MPRB advisory committees is the category under which the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission, and if we choose to make it a permanent committee, the Pesticide Advisory Committee would fall under?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Musit, that is correct.
Okay, lovely. Thank you so very much.
Any other comments? Thank you, Carrie, for all these wonderful revisions. Can you tell me how many, shall we say, CACs we at least are anticipating, I mean, we know of in the near future?
I may ask for some help from Director Arvidsson. I know there's a comp plan CAC coming up.
Chair Forney, I think the ones that we certainly do know about are the comprehensive plan. We will this year be doing, as approved in the CIP, a master plan for Cedar Lake and Lake of the Isles. That would have a CAC under these rules. If there were other regional park master plan updates, there are some regional park master plans that are getting quite old, and when we go around to update them, those would have CACs. And then it's possible that there might be situations where CACs would be run out of departments and divisions other than planning, depending on the scope and scale of the project. So two that we definitely know of, and there could be others.
How about the upper?
Sorry, and I was just reminded the Upper Harbor Terminal
Thank you.
would be
That's all.
three that we definitely know of.
And when are the applications due for Upper Harbor? Does anybody know? It's like April 15th or something like that.
Chair
Okay.
Forney, we've not released a timeline for that yet.
Oh, I thought it was out.
We're accepting applications
Until?
we don't know when, because it depends a little bit on when this policy is adopted.
Okay.
We wanted to get those applications out into the public at the same time that the city did. But we have a little bit of an open, for promotional purposes, so that people know about them at the same time. But because we haven't adopted this policy, we haven't set a final timeline on those applications yet.
And so, more than likely, this community engagement plan will be utilized for the Upper Harbor.
Chair Forney, our intent is to do exactly that.
Okay.
Is to wait to formalize the Upper Harbor CAC until it can follow these new rules.
Great, I appreciate that. And I'm saying this because this is a new route. Each and every one of us as commissioners have the opportunity to appoint. And the good thing is that it sounds to me like we will be broadening the pool for us to be able to select from. So it's not a matter that those district commissioners that the project isn't in, if they don't know anybody, there will be a wonderful resource of applicants to choose from. So I just wanted to make sure people are aware of that, knowing that we do have some very important ones that are coming up. So if there's no other questions on this, I will, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That passes, and I can't remember where the heck we are. We've gone through, oh,
We
okay.
have resolution
Thank you.
2019-136, a resolution approving an easement agreement with the City of Minneapolis that realigns and reduces the area of water main easement within Curry Park.
Daniel, does anybody have any questions on this? I guess it's probably the bigger thing. Yeah, but does anybody have any questions on it? Any discussion needed? Okay, so all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved, and as indicated, that will be moving forward to the full board. So I think we have nothing else on the agenda. We had 2 study reports. Those have both been pulled. And so I will take a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned.
The time being 9:20. 128. I would like to call to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Will the Secretary please take the roll? Okay.
One moment, Commissioner Vita. President Bourne, did you want to appoint any additional members to this committee since you are short two this evening?
No.
Oh, she has to take a roll call.
Okay.
Sorry.
What you talking about, AK?
So there was an amendment on the engagement policy,
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
and
I wasn't even.
didn't get voted on.
didn't get voted on.
Okay, so I'm going to reconvene then the planning committee. Can I do that? Oh, we have permission to suspend the rules?
But who would suspend it? Which board? Which committee would suspend the rules?
It's not
Community
so
engagement plan.
We do a full board next week when it comes up.
Oh,
Do you have the full board
No,
next week?
just reconvene the meeting.
Okay, I'm reconvening the planning committee. Commissioner Meyer.
My motion is still on the floor to amend the engagement plan as staff suggested on this sheet.
Okay.
So moved. You don't need.
All those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Move to adjourn.
That is moved. Okay. All those in favor of adjourning, please signify by saying aye.
aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned for a second time.
The time being 9:30, I would like to call to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Will the Secretary please take the roll?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Were there additional members added?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Severson,
Here, present.
Vice President Hassan,
Here.
Chair Vita,
Here.
you have a quorum.
I would like to move the agenda. I would ask for, I'm so lost right now.
You'd like
motion
to, you'd like
move
to
the
request
agenda.
a motion to move the agenda, I
you.
believe.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Any opposed? Any abstentions? I would like to move, goodness, I can't even think.
I'd like to move the minutes.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Okay, so we have a item that I would like to move forward on the agenda. It's the last item, Resolution 2019-141. And we have Councilwoman Palmisano here with us for this. Thank you for staying. So the resolution is for the Board of Commissioners to hereby express official support for the proposed amendment to the Minneapolis City Charter to establish a biennial budget process as set forth in the city's legislative file number 2018-01413.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Are we gonna have discussion about it?
Oh,
or-
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we should have a
Thank you.
discussion.
Thank you, AK.
You're welcome.
Any discussion?
I'm not gonna vote.
Good evening, Commissioners. You have the resolution before you to express support for biennial budgeting. I'm just going to recap what has happened so far. So the City of Minneapolis is proposing to change to a biennial budget
process for the 20, 21, and 22 budget. So the work for that would be in 2020. City Budget Director Micah Intermill and Councilmember Palmisano gave a presentation on biennial budgeting to the Admin and Finance Committee on January 16th. And the Committee of the Whole discussed biennial budgeting on January 23rd. I think Council Rice can kind of give an overview of the process for the charter revisions.
Madam Chair, yes. We've been working with Julie Wiseman on this, and Commissioner Vito, you've been in the discussions as well. We've had a couple meetings with Council Member Palmisano, a working group, and we basically worked on language that would accomplish the purpose that Council Palmisano laid out. She was the one provision that we added to the debate was that in the second year of the budget should, let's say the budget's set for a 2-year cycle. In the second year, if the mayor decided either not to present a budget or not to request a levy increase, that would not preclude either this board or the city council to request a levy increase to the Board of Estimate and Taxation. I think that was understood, and language was worked out to accommodate that, and it's, I think the staff is fully supported, and I think that the language that we agreed to and submitted to the charter, or the city council submitted to the charter and commission would accomplish that.
Thank you. Commissioners requested additional information about other cities that use biennial budgeting, what kind of lessons they've learned in their experience. So we looked at the city of Plymouth, Minnesota, and also cities in the state of Washington. So we talked to the finance director at the city of Plymouth, and they've had a biennial budget process since 2008. The law that covers their city requires a budget adoption every year. So the first year of their budget they adopt, and the second year they approve, and then go back and adopt it prior to the year beginning. So their experience, the departments are using the year off for evaluation and planning, and they like it. It's been successful. They're doing more long-term planning, more strategic planning. Their finance department has not seen as much time savings as they thought they would, because the second year of the budget has had a lot of adjustments. So that hasn't worked for them, for the finance department. In the state of Washington, all cities can use a biennial budget, and about 56 cities, which is about 25% of the cities, including Seattle, use a biennial budget. They did a survey and a study about how cities, what cities think of it. They've had substantial time savings, which they used for long-range planning, doing studies of their budget items. They do have a problem where some city councils are essentially redoing the budget for the second year, so they're losing the time savings. They think it's forcing a longer-term perspective. They're not able to just make one-time adjustments to fix a budget issue. They actually have to plan and make real decisions to balance the budget for 2 years. During the economic downturn, it didn't work that well because they had a hard time forecasting reduced revenues. So that's when they would have to redo a budget, essentially, for the second year. All right, I can take any questions, and I think Councilmember Palmisano has a short presentation as well.
Any questions? Oh, listen, I have a President Board.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Vita. I just wanted to express my support and gratitude for I know Commissioner Vita has been involved in this since the very beginning and making sure that we were on the same page with the city. I know Commissioner Forney has been part of those meetings too, and just making sure that the park board's interests were being watched during this. And I really want to, and I just, I'm very appreciative of Councilmember Palmisano's willingness to make sure that the park board is included in this conversation, that our concerns were addressed. So that said, I'm pretty supportive of this. There are a couple of things that I'm nervous about, but I think we have the flexibility within the off-year budgets to come back if we face some downturns or if we face some unforeseen things. So just thank you for everybody working on it. I hope we get a 13-0 vote at the council.
Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. So Paul, tell me, if I missed it, when would be the first year we'd be doing this?
It would be the 2021 and 22 budgets. So we would start the work for that would be in 2020, next year.
Okay, now I'm understanding what you're saying. Okay, thank you. I do like the idea that it's more of a long-range forecasting. I think that is productive. So I'm very appreciative of that. And I'm also appreciative that as far as the potential of conflicting with our budgets and everything, that allowance is there. So I'm excited to see this move forward. And thank you, Councilmember.
Any further discussion?
Thanks.
Ms. Ringgold, is there a different name to the presentation that I emailed you this afternoon on the
Budgeting is the one right beneath the mouse.
Right down below, one more.
One down.
One down.
That was mine.
Oh.
Oh.
Was yours also called biennial budgeting? Because it might have gotten overwritten, and then if you right-click and go to properties, you can see previous versions. Previous versions. Nope. Okay, so sorry.
I could just speak for, I just have a couple of minutes if we could just
We have
that, and there's some extra copies and great. Who else does this? Our state government does this. Ramsey County recently moved to this with some good results, as well as other top 100 size cities like San Francisco, Charlotte, North Carolina. The first slide of my presentation says, Minneapolis's biennial budget process starts and ends in public accountability. I'm always seeking ways to improve our city's governance as a whole. That means working together, city and park board better. And this is not the most exciting thing to ever come before you, not even tonight. And it isn't from city council either. So I want to thank you for being part of it. Park board leadership, staff, and in particular, Commissioner Vita, really joined me to further explore the merits and consequences of how we might improve budgeting across our city. And early on, it made sense in conversation with President Bourne that if the city were considering this, that the park board might also want to do the same. So the next slide is the problem statement slide. We've all been through a budget process at the very least once now, with apologies to Superintendent Bangor. And just to give the political side of this, the policymaker side of this, I think we can all acknowledge some of its shortcomings, and these are my shortcomings to put before you on this page. We only ever have time to really discuss the net new in any budget year. Our ability to make big decisions is often reactive when we could be proactive. And to be brutally honest, I think we tend to make token changes because of that. We have a problem making impactful changes because we are always in a really condensed budget cycle. This isn't unique to us. We're not new. There's all kinds of examples of this at our state level, at other forms, at other places of government. The next slide says my goals. Structural reforms really matter, and they're also some of the hardest. Here are my goals, and I'd highlight the third bullet point here because this was a slide made for my colleagues on council, but the ability to work better cross-departmentally is also the ability to work better city to park board. I see oversight of the budget. Oh, thank you. I see oversight of the budget as being our job, and that to me is about governance. Budget is about choosing our priorities, so let's be very careful and let's consider 100% of it instead of just that net new every year. I see it that none of us worked hard to earn this job to protect the status quo, to just let budget choices of the long ago past continue. And I doubt any of you invest all of your time and energy here for token-sized park improvements. I know that you don't. Here's another slide that I used with my council colleagues. It takes a lot to do this change with our very flat government structure, and you're an important intra-jurisdictional partner. To summarize it, I think that a biennial model would help us to listen, and it would give us, as well as the public, more of an opportunity to participate in our city's budget. And we talked about that a little bit last time with Julie Weisman. Some would say, some of the feedback that I've received, we've gotten a lot of positive feedback on this. One piece, I'm not sure if you'd say it's positive or negative, but it's why not do this immediately? Why can't you just do this? Why do we need a charter change at all? And I've tried to sit with our legal counsel and figure out what are the things that we can do now that could improve our budget process, and what are the kinds of things we could do with a charter change. Our budget process is packed, and an inconvenient truth to acknowledge here is that really puts finance staff, both yours and the ones at City Hall, in the business of creating budget books instead of the really important and thoughtful and creative work that belongs to all of us on budgeting. Many of my colleagues, I think, were surprised to find out that we are well underway in budgeting the next year, in developing the next year's budget already. Just to be brief, other feedback I've received from colleagues is that the process to change a charter is confusing, so I've attempted to highlight that here. We are here, and that we're at a point where it bounces back and forth from the Charter Commission to the City Council in doing this type of charter change, which would be to enact it by ordinance. Here's a list of the stakeholders that we've engaged in. This is, all of these entities are part of how our city budgets. I also had Councilmember Cunningham in here because he enthusiastically has been following this undertaking and participated in our work groups as well. This is what your council, Mr. Rice, spoke to. These are the 4 basic pieces that came out of our work group improvements. These were substituted at City Council to transmit this more current version to the City Charter Commission, and they received it formally today. They're waiting to set the public hearing. They'd like to set a public hearing that would be for April 3rd, but I asked them to hold off for tonight and just see what you all wanted to do. Other things were quite useful in this work group, though they aren't really captured in charter language that you see in a markup. We had conversations about things like how you might add fiscal notes to our budget process in the future. You know, you have big undertakings that plan for multi-year kind of phase-in of additional infrastructure or additional support staff. And we could do a better job including those in the budget instead of relying on historical memory and political will in terms of commitments that we've made in the past. So the last slide is just what happens next. These are the next steps of changing our charter by ordinance, and just because it's long and involved, I wanted to include it here. Chair Vita, members of the committee, Minneapolis's biennial budgeting process starts and ends in public accountability. Your involvement has been meaningful. Thank you. And I ask your endorsement of this initiative.
Thank you. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Vita. Well, thank you for coming out, Councilmember Palmisano. Have you, through your research, seen any concerns with Charlotte or San Francisco that helped you weigh your options and thought that this might be a better process for residents of Minneapolis?
Chair Vita, Commissioner Severson, not with those two in particular. I can offer that I was a little bit surprised to see Detroit, Michigan on the list of top 100 cities that used a biennial budgeting process, but they've actually moved to that in order to pull themselves out of bankruptcy, and they've found that as a useful, important tool to make financial changes and financial gains in a way that includes more program evaluation, financial analysis, that type of thing.
So you haven't seen any like major concerns that made you think that this might not be best, or specific for our residents of Minneapolis and how we use government?
Yeah, Chair Vita, Commissioner Severson. One of the concerns expressed was, and this came, I think, from an audit in Lexington, Kentucky, that was looking at biennial budgets, was would it limit the opportunity for additional public engagement? And I think that our Minneapolis model is just structurally a lot different. And one of the things that we have in Minneapolis that's different from many other cities is we have several public hearings, but they're at the end of the line. They're really when our budget is pretty much complete. People can react to, and people do react to, things that are talked about in the media, things that a mayor talks about as highlights in his or her budget. But that's really all. It would be really interesting to see, and I'm really excited to better understand what does the public come out and ask for or identify as problems that we as policymakers need to find solutions for in years where they're not reacting to something. But it would allow time for public interest to grow more organically within our communities. So while that's not something that I saw as a problem with cited in an audit from other cities, that is something that we've talked about as a council, that we could have much more meaningful input in a 2-year process instead of just a specific number of hearings or volume of input. And one piece to realize in how we change this to biennial budgets is we do not cut out a single hearing. It's just that one is in a supplemental year and one is in the bigger year.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Hassan?
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Well, the only question that I have for you is, how would this affect underrepresented communities that are already struggling, neighborhood organizations that we know that the city has been putting the pressure when it comes to allocating fundings for them? What is this going? What will be the effect? You know, like, are they going to need lobbyists that will help them get the right fundings? Because for 2 years, you have to be well prepared for. You have to have a plan to make sure you have 2-year financial. The neighborhoods are already struggling. So where are they going to get this money to hire people to do the job for them? Like,
Commissioner Vita, Chair Vita, Commissioner Hassan, I see this as being a more meaningful way to impact change in underrepresented communities. So I don't see a need to hire any lobbyist any differently or any more than in any other year. In fact, in these off years, so to speak, in the years where we just have a supplemental budget, it'll be an opportunity to hear from underrepresented communities, from all communities, about about how things are going from them. I don't see this being anything that would interject any additional lobbyist or anything in the process, but maybe I've misunderstood.
so you think that it won't take a lot of time for them to prepare for a 2-year plan? And it's small neighborhood organizations, I'll use it. I was a former chair of my neighborhood, Finjera Village, and we don't even have a staff. So you want someone to attend those meetings, make sure they've been they include it, and they would volunteer, board of directors. So how would the city make sure that they get in the right funders without struggling? Like, I spent a lot of time, reviewing this, and maybe the staff can help us. What would they get a 2-year, plan? Who is gonna help them when they're already struggling to prepare for 1 year?
Commissioner Vital, Chair Vital, Commissioner Hassan, budgeting would be for 2 years at a time. So when money gets allocated to something like a small group, like a small community organization or neighborhood organization, it would be for 2 years. And one of the things that we've found in looking at pilots or things that just get one-time little bits of funding is that people can both really count on that to happen twice without the need to always operate from a position of unpredictability and instability. But they can also ask for more within that process. So I do think from the aspect of small community partners where we're doing grant funding as a city, and a little bit less sure on how that operates as a park board, and happy to defer to staff here, but it would operate the same way, but you'd have more stability and consistent funding. You would know 2 years out instead of just always being worried that the funding is going to be cut the next year.
Yeah, well, my only concern would be that I think they'll be not having the staff to help them prepare for a 2-year plan, but maybe I'll do more research and then see what will be the possibilities. But it's a good plan, though.
Thank you, Vice President Hassan.
Thank you.
President Bourne.
Thank you, Chair Vital. I'll be really brief, but I think some of the things that Vice President Hassan is commenting on and is very thoughtful, and I actually agree with, I think the timing that we're setting up for this is right around the same time that funding is shifting from TIF districts for NCR and neighborhood groups into the general fund. And I think maybe some of the anxiety that Vice President Hassan is hearing from neighborhood groups is there's still the draft Neighborhoods 2020 plan that is out there. It doesn't have a dollar figure allocated to it. And if there's only one shot at the ring I think neighborhood groups, there's some anxiety that they want to make sure that they're adequately funded on a year-to-year basis, because that's just a very big funding change that's happening simultaneously while we're doing this. And so I think Vice President Hassan is probably looking for some council member advocates for continued and sustainable NCR funding is probably one of the things that I would agree with as well.
I see. Chair Vital, President Bourne, and Vice President Hassan, I can share that as the city's chair of the budget at the end of last year, one of the changes that was made to our 5-year outlook was full continued funding of our neighborhood programs. And while the structure of that is being floated around and there's still an open input period, there is anxiety. I represent other very smaller size organizations relative to the size of neighborhood organizations like Lindale Neighborhood, for example. And there is some anxiety on that in that there's CBOs or smaller community partner kinds of organizations that might have access to some of that funding. But overall, the entirety of that money has been put forward in our 5-year plan. It does make our base rollover, our base levy a 7.02 increase for this coming budget cycle and an 8.23 budget increase for the next year's cycle. And that is because that money has been put into our 5-year plan to accommodate full continued funding for neighborhood organizations. So I can assure you that we've built that into the model where we sit now. And I think there'll be a lot more certainty around the structure of how the neighborhood fundings works as that goes through the NCR process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmisano. I just also want to say thank you so much for including us in this process. Thank you for answering all the questions I have and trying to, or I had, and trying to work with our staff with their questions and concerns also. I really appreciate this. I've got nothing but positive feedback, so I'm looking forward to moving forward with the biennial budget. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion moves. I am going to ask for a recess in the Admin and Finance Committee.
I will reconvene the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park Board. Chair Forney, would you like to move 2019-136?
Where is it now?
It's a resolution approving an easement agreement with the,
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-136, resolution approving an easement agreement with the City of Minneapolis that realigns and reduces the area of a water main easement within Curry Park.
2019-136 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I would ask Secretary Ringel to take the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer. Aye. Commissioner Vita. Aye. Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Hassan.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 2 absent.
The motion passes. Chair Vita, would you like to move 2019-141?
Yes, a resolution for the Board of Commissioners to hereby express official support for the proposed amendment to the Minneapolis City Charter to establish a biennial budget process and set forth the city's legislative file number 2018-01413.
2019-141 has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2019-141, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? I'd like the record to show that it was unanimous. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? The main meeting is adjourned. Chair
Okay,
Vita.
so I would like to reconvene the Administration and Finance Committee.
I move resolution 2019-138 that the Board of Commissioners approve a 3-year concession agreement with GC Ventures to provide food and beverage concession services at Columbia Golf Club and Gross National Golf Club effective April 1st, 2019 through April 31st, 2021.
So moved.
Any discussion?
I actually have one question.
Okay.
Does this include alcohol or is this just concession?
Larry, can you,
Yeah, really.
Right, this includes concessions with the option of alcohol contingent on them getting a alcohol permit.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The motion carries.
I move resolution 2019-139 that the Board of Commissioners approve a 3-year concession agreement with JLD to provide food and beverage concession services at Theodore Worth Golf Club and Hiawatha Golf Club effective April 1st, 2019 through April 31st, 2021.
Any discussion, questions? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The motion carries.
I move resolution 2019-140 approving a 5-year use agreement with Marketing Minneapolis LLC to operate a skating rink at Loring Park beginning on October 1st, 2019.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The motion carries. I would make a motion.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.
And then just for the record, we're not holding the Operations and Environment Committee. It's been delayed till our next board meeting.
We are done.
I don't know. I did already discuss this with staff.
Okay.
I'm not just being flippant. Like, we've already sent all our speakers home.